Good afternoon, Houston. I am Dhiren Sethia, South Energy Transition and Sustainability Lead at Accenture. On behalf of Accenture, I'm excited to be here as we uncover Houston's place in the future of global energy. How we, as an industry, come together to transform Houston into the energy transition capital of the world is absolutely critical. What we are facing together is a total reinvention of our industry and our city. Reinvention means reconsidering what we do, what we stand for, how we compete, how we measure and deliver value to our customers, investors, employees, and really the society in general, all in the low-carbon world. At Accenture, we believe there are no winner-take-all strategies in energy transition. We believe in an all-of-the-above approach, one that unites various business models, industries, and technologies. Houston, our journey to reinvention starts now, and Accenture will be there every step of the way.
You light our homes, keep us warm.
You help us explore, innovate, and achieve the unthinkable.
You are everywhere.
Yet, sometimes out of reach.
You move us forward and bring us together.
And together, we're on a journey towards the future of energy.
So what will it look like?
It's hard to say, but we know it will be sustainable and abundant.
We're already on our way.
With a common purpose, each of us playing our part.
At Deloitte, we're connecting every bright mind, every organization, every startup, every innovator,
every citizen, CEO, and regulator.
Making this future happen won't be easy, so we're developing practical solutions.
And a clear roadmap to help our clients on their way.
We'll keep making those connections.
Each step well planned, moving forward together.
To make our new energy future a reality. Let's connect for a new energy future.
Houston is home to Chevron's largest employee base in the world. To sustain our region as the energy capital of the world and establish Houston as the new energy transition capital of the world, Chevron is helping to build a robust Houston innovation ecosystem. Hello, I'm Jesus Lopez, Digital Manager at Chevron. To grow this innovation ecosystem, Chevron supports Houston-based startups and collaborates with the investment community, universities, accelerators, and incubators. We believe that it is the responsibility of the region's energy industry to continue a legacy of developing innovative technologies, and Chevron will play a leadership role. Houston is the city best suited to tackle energy challenges. Houston is the epicenter of the energy industry, and Chevron is committed to advancing the region as a leader in the energy transition.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the Greater Houston Partnership and Center for Houston's Futures presentation of the Future of Global Energy, presented by Chevron. Please join us in thanking the following conference sponsors for the support of this event and dedication to strengthening Houston's role in leading the energy transition. The Future of Global Energy presenting sponsor, Chevron. Our Day 2 Reinventing to Lead the Energy Transition sponsor, Accenture. The Day 3 Creating Houston's New Hydrogen Economy sponsor, Deloitte. At the gold level, the 23rd World Petroleum Congress, Bechtel Oil, Gas and Chemicals, BP America Inc., ConocoPhillips, Ernst & Young LLP, ExxonMobil Corporation, Halliburton Labs, RSM US LLP, Sempra Energy, Shell Oil Company. Today's silver sponsors: Baker Tilly US LLP, BDO, Burns and McDonnell Inc., Calpine Corporation, CenterPoint Energy, Cheniere Energy Inc., Cognite, McDermott, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Pasadena Economic Development Corporation, Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman LLP, Tudor Pickering Holt & Company. Our bronze level sponsors: Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, Energy Corridor, Haynes and Boone LLP, Slalom, Targa Resources Corporation, and Conference Information Card Underwriter, PNC Bank. Thank you as well to the following partners for their support in making the future of global energy possible. Strategy partner, McKinsey & Company. Executive production partner, Ward and Ames Special Events. And transportation partner, Metro. The Greater Houston Partnership would also like to thank its 2021 signature sponsors. These sponsors provide generous annual commitments that support the partnership in delivering hundreds of events, business resource groups, and meetups to its members. Center for Houston's Future event and programs throughout the year are made possible in part by generous ongoing support from our annual sponsors. The Greater Houston Partnership and Center for Houston's Future would also like to extend a special thank you to their respective board members and member companies for their ongoing dedication to advancing the partnership and center's missions. We would also like to acknowledge members of Houston's Consular Corps for their work in positioning Houston as a great global city and strengthening international business relations across the world. Finally, we acknowledge the elected officials that represent the Greater Houston region at the local, state, and federal level for their leadership and commitment to our region. Please join us in thanking all that have made the inaugural Future of Global Energy possible.
Good morning. I'm Brett Perlman, CEO of the Center for Houston's Future, and I'd like to welcome you to the third and final day of our conference, The Future of Global Energy, Houston's Role in Leading the Energy Transition, presented by Chevron. I'd like to thank Chevron, Accenture, and Deloitte, and the rest of our conference sponsors, as well as the Greater Houston Partnership. Just to recap our conference, on day one of the conference, the Greater Houston Partnership revealed a detailed strategy for our region to lead the world's energy transition. And yesterday, Dr. Julio Friedman highlighted opportunities for Houston on carbon capture. Today, we'll focus on another area in the strategy. That's developing a world-leading low-carbon hydrogen hub. This will drive decarbonization locally and bring new products and services to the nation and possibly the world. It will create a new low-carbon energy industry here in Houston and lead to many new jobs. So it's an exciting opportunity for Houston. But first, let me tell you a little bit about the center. We are a 20-year-old independent nonprofit, which is affiliated with the Greater Houston Partnership. We focus on understanding future global trends and their impacts on the Houston region. And then we work with community, business, and government leaders to develop and catalyze actions that solve problems and take advantage of opportunities. In short, we aim to look over the horizon to build Houston's future as a great global city. And given the imperative towards addressing climate change and Houston's leading position as the world's energy capital, the center has been a pioneer in recognizing that Houston could become a low-carbon energy capital and has been undertaking research, conferences, webcasts, projects, and other activities to create this vision. As a result of this work, the center has identified multiple opportunities for expanding clean hydrogen value chains in Texas and has developed a vision and roadmap to create new markets for low-carbon hydrogen. The Houston region today is a leading hydrogen producer for oil and gas refining and petrochemical feedstocks. But there are significant opportunities to build on this asset base, on the expertise of Houston-based energy companies, on the region's trained and skilled workforce, and our depth in energy engineering and professional services. Given the region's unique assets, our vision is for Houston to play a positive role in lowering carbon emissions from existing hydrogen production, to pioneer new ways of producing hydrogen, and to expand into new applications and uses for hydrogen. But we also recognize the urgency of this issue, both from a climate change and competitive standpoint. Carbon emissions are at their all-time peak, and over the last several years, we are seeing unusual storms, heat waves, freezes, and hurricanes. Also, multiple regions across the globe are now racing to develop strategies to use hydrogen in achieving their decarbonization goals, including Japan, Australia, and many European countries. And preeminent energy companies have made significant climate commitments and have announced plans for hydrogen projects to help meet those commitments. All of this explains why the Hydrogen Council estimates that this market will grow 5 times over the next decade. So this is a powerful watershed moment for Houston, and it's one we're going to explore today. To start the conference, I'd like to invite Daniel Droog, Vice President, Energy Transition for Chevron, to provide keynote remarks. Daniel?
I'm excited to join you today, and I want to thank the Greater Houston Partnership and the Center for Houston's Future for organizing this important event. These organizations play a leading role in driving Houston's strong, diverse economy and making Houston a great place to live and do business, and ensuring Houston remains an engine of energy innovation and growth. At Chevron, we're proud of our relationship with Houston. That relationship is personal to me and one I'm committed to. This month, I joined the board of the Center for Houston's Future. I'm grateful for this opportunity. I like to say I moved to Houston for 1 year, 20 years ago. After graduate school, my wife and I packed everything we owned into our car and moved to Houston what was supposed to be for 1 year. That was in 2002. Nearly 20 years later, we remain anchored in this incredible city, which has given us so much. Neighborhoods where we've raised our family, communities of good friends, and a challenging career in a dynamic industry. The common thread across our 20-year experience and the reason we remain in Houston today is simple. It's people. For decades, people have made Houston the epicenter of the energy industry. And as the world transitions to a lower carbon future, it is again looking to the people of Houston for leadership. This challenge will be met in 3 important ways that I'll talk about today: Houston's advantages, Chevron's plans to lead, and our shared future. Houston is the capital of the global energy industry and a destination for the world's energy talent, a leading employer of energy workers, and a hub for innovations that have revolutionized our sector. For over a century, Houston has been the place where the boundaries of science and technology have been pushed harder, further, and higher, all towards the goal of delivering the energy that drives human progress around the world. More than 100 years ago, energy brought about what Harvard's Steven Pinker called the world's great escape from poverty and disease, from hunger and illiteracy. This remains an essential fact. Still today, around the world, over 3 billion people lack access to clean energy to cook. Over 1 billion do not have electricity, and 4.5 billion do not have access to clean water or sanitation. And amid these challenges, society's expectations are rising, its aspirations are shifting. The climate and carbon challenge are critical. Our industry must continue to meet the world's vast global energy needs while doing so with less carbon. Houston has played a leadership role in energy transitions for over a century. It is ideally positioned to lead the transition to a lower carbon future. A recent study by Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy highlights Houston's comparative advantages. Houston's workforce includes 57,000 engineers, one of the largest concentrations of engineering talent in America. It is the most diverse city in the country, the greatest majority-minority community in America, making it a highly dynamic environment that feeds innovation. Houston is ideally positioned to develop the first truly integrated power market, given Houston's leadership and installed renewable capacity to go along with its dominance in oil and natural gas, as well as its position to grow new energies. Houston also has the expertise to develop, promote, and scale technologies that can decarbonize the energy supply chain and achieve our environmental goals. Advances in areas like hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, reducing methane emissions, and exporting LNG as a replacement for coal in power generation. As noted in the work of the Greater Houston Partnership and the Center for Houston's Future, it takes real expertise to fundamentally shift the world's energy structure. It will take entrepreneurial creation and scientific insights that generate new innovations, lower carbon technologies that can be scaled on a global level, a robust, reliable energy infrastructure capable of integrating new sources and exporting them, and a market and political environment that promotes cleaner energy solutions. These are the result of human ingenuity, and this is where Houston has an edge over many cities in the world. It's imperative for Houston to direct this advantage towards solving the great challenges ahead. We at Chevron plan to lead. We express our energy transition strategy in a few simple words: higher returns, lower carbon. Our lower carbon actions are focused in 3 areas: lowering carbon intensity cost efficiently, increasing renewables and offsets, and investing in low carbon technologies. Many of our recent low carbon actions have been led out of Houston. Let's talk about each. First, we're actively lowering the carbon intensity of our operations because this is one of the most essential and effective contributions we can make. We have already exceeded our 2023 greenhouse gas reduction goals, and we recently announced new 2028 goals that align with the Paris Agreement. We have a $2 billion capital program to achieve those goals, and this effort is led by our talented team here in Houston. We've already reduced absolute U.S. onshore methane emissions by 85% since 2013, and we're committed to achieving zero routine flaring across our operations by 2030. We have a leading portfolio advantaged in the lowest quartile of carbon intensity, and we're still improving. Second, we're increasing renewables and offsets in support of our business. By 2025, we expect to increase our renewable natural gas production tenfold, and we expect more than half our retail locations will be selling renewable or biodiesel. In sustainable base oil products, last year, our joint venture with Novi reached first production of a 100% renewable base oil at its Houston area facility. In renewable power, our 500 megawatt program is led by our Houston-based power division, which is focusing on projects in the Permian Basin as well as internationally. In offsets, our Houston-based supply and trading team is engaging customers around the world to develop cost-effective options to pair with our product offerings. And third, we're investing in low carbon technologies. This past year, our Houston-based business development team launched a new carbon capture project with Microsoft, Schlumberger, and Clean Energy Solutions. The project is designed to utilize agricultural waste from California to produce renewable power while capturing and storing the CO2. Following my remarks, this conference will turn its attention to hydrogen. We're also working right here in Houston to scale a hydrogen business that can deliver the lower carbon products our customers are seeking. We believe hydrogen can play a key role in decarbonizing sectors that renewables have difficulty serving. Sectors like heavy-duty transportation, hard to abate and heat or energy intense manufacturing, and also for stable power and grid resiliency. We recently formed a strategic alliance with Toyota to accelerate innovations in hydrogen. Our Houston-based team is on track to offer consumers hydrogen fueling at locations in 2022. At Chevron, we see Houston as a critical partner and an ideal platform from which to lead. So let's spend a few minutes talking about our shared future. To reach the global net zero ambitions outlined in the Paris Agreement, we've created a strategy that extends beyond pledges and predictions to focus on projects and people. Our belief is energy is about people, those who use it and those who create the projects that produce it. As noted in the report by the Greater Houston Partnership and the Center for Houston's Future, reaching global net zero will require new innovations that have yet to be brought to market, advancements in technology that have yet to be developed, and supportive public policies that have yet to be enacted. This is an imperative for Houston and Chevron. That's why Chevron is fully invested in Houston's future as a low-carbon energy hub. We were the first tenant in the ION, Houston's new center for accelerating innovation and securing the city's role as a nexus in the energy transition. We have anchored Chevron's $300 million Future Energy Fund II in Houston. Along with prior commitments, we're investing $500 million in emerging technologies, testing their effectiveness, and scaling the best solutions that can have a real impact in a lower carbon future. We were the first founding partner of Greentown Labs Houston, which will nurture climate tech startups and serve as a center for collaboration and partnership. We have partnered with Rice University on our Digital Scholar Program, where employees attend Rice full-time for 1 year, focused on skill and experience development to accelerate innovation back into the company. These investments demonstrate our optimism about the future of energy and the leadership role Houston and Chevron will play in achieving it. As I conclude, I want to reflect on our past. If we look to history, there was nothing foreordained about Houston's emergence as the world's energy capital. Major oil was struck elsewhere. There were larger populations, greater manufacturing, better developed infrastructure, and more capital in many other cities. What Houston did have were visionaries, people who recognized the region's potential and the world's needs for energy, risk takers who invested in the city to draw energy enterprise to the area, innovators who saw no reason why they could not break new barriers, and deal makers who brought our products to the world, and leaders who voted to spend what was then an enormous sum of $1.25 million to eventually turn what had been a backwater bayou 50 miles inland into one of the busiest seaports in the world. What did Houston recognize that we must remember today? Solving the great challenges of energy depends on people. It depends on us. This is why Houston became the world's energy leader, why it continues to be the world's energy leader, and why Houston will lead the world's energy transition. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel, for that important perspective. Next up, I'd like to welcome our second morning keynote speaker, Andreas Wagner. Andreas leads hydrogen activities at the Energy Transitions Commission, a global coalition of leaders from across the energy landscape committed to achieving net zero emissions by mid-century. He's the co-author of the recent Commission report, Making the Hydrogen Economy Possible, Accelerating Clean Hydrogen in an Electrified Economy. Andreas is going to help us understand the global market for hydrogen and where Houston fits in that context. Welcome, Andreas.
Whether that's from traditional fossil fuel industries as well as renewables, as well as the industry sector, heavy industry sector, finance, and civil society. Within civil society, we are actually also having members from the UK, from the US, for example, the Rocky Mountain Institute. And within that sort of broader framework, we work together with our knowledge partners at Bloomberg New Energy Finance and the entire coalition around describing and performing analysis on how to get to net zero by mid-century. What I would like to talk to you today is around the topic of hydrogen, of course. Hydrogen is what we call the second decarbonization vector, following clean electrification. The major role of electrons and renewables is in electrification of our society and our economy and our business to get to net zero by mid-century, and will require to grow that by 3.5 to 5 times compared to today. But hydrogen is the second decarbonization vector. And its derived fuels will grow by around 5 to 7 times today, and actually contribute significantly to growing the hydrogen economy. The other decarbonization vectors that we are talking about are bioenergy and fossil plus CCU and CCS. And those 4 decarbonization vectors together will ultimately help us to get to net zero. Diving into clean hydrogen. Clean hydrogen, I think, we think will play a growing role across the entire economy as the world transitions to net zero. So today we're using around 100 million tons of hydrogen, fossil-derived hydrogen, in our system, in our industries today, but we'll have to get to approximately 500 to 800 million tons by 2050, and it will grow from traditional chemical industries to many other sectors as well that are listed here. For example, the shipping sector via the use of clean ammonia derived from clean hydrogen, or the use in steel to replace coking coal. So overall, there's going to be a growing hydrogen ecosphere to mid-century. And we distinguish 4 different types of demand categories when we talk about clean hydrogen demand going forward to mid-century. First of all, the existing use cases of hydrogen within the fertilizer, methanol, and refining sector shown here in green, where we think we can transition relatively easily to use clean hydrogen instead of fossil-derived hydrogen that is used today and emitting significant amounts of CO2. Secondly, in blue, you see what we call the highly likely and large long-term demand use cases. So the role of clean hydrogen in aviation, in shipping, and in steel that I've mentioned before, but also the role of hydrogen in balancing the power system. For aviation and shipping, just to be clear, hydrogen would be used as clean ammonia or clean synfuel derived from hydrogen. Thirdly, in yellow, what we see is a number of sectors where we see a potential role for clean hydrogen to play a role to get to net zero. However, it will depend on cost and technology developments of hydrogen, but also of the other decarbonization vectors that will decide upon hydrogen's role and the size of hydrogen's contribution on decarbonization there. For example, in the heavy-duty trucking sector, will depend on the cost developments of hydrogen, but also on the technology and cost developments of batteries, for example. Lastly, there's a short-term transitional use cases such as co-firing of hydrogen that by definition only transitional because in a net zero world, we're going to have to fully convert towards hydrogen. Today, clean hydrogen, as I've said, is a carbon intensive production method and is emitting significant amounts of CO2, but it is the cheapest way of hydrogen. It's generally referred to as gray hydrogen. Blue hydrogen, on the other hand, is pretty much the same methodology of producing the hydrogen, but then using carbon capture and storage. So using the carbon dioxide, storing it permanently underground, removing it from the atmosphere and removing the emissions through that. And green hydrogen is using zero carbon electricity and electrolysis to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. However, clean hydrogen, as you see on this chart, is at this point in time more expensive than fossil derived hydrogen without any form of carbon pricing, for example. So how much and what does it take to get the costs down of the clean hydrogen production methods? So we think that in the long term, green hydrogen will actually dominate in terms of a cost perspective. And in the near term, we will require approximately 50 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity to unlock production prices below $2 per kilogram, which will make it competitive versus blue hydrogen average locations, but also competitive in expensive gray hydrogen regions. So in particular, in favorable locations for green hydrogen production, it will become very favorable within just a few years. And what's also illustrated here on this slide is that the target of, for example, the EU to get 40 gigawatts of electrolyzers by 2030, combined with the target of Chile to get 25 gigawatts online by 2030 is significantly beyond those 50 gigawatts and enough to actually unlock these cost demands. And currently there's a project pipeline of over 200 gigawatts of electrolyzers already happening now, getting down those costs. And in terms of the path to get to 2050, what does that mean in terms of the role of green and blue hydrogen and how much of it do we respectively likely see? In terms of our illustrative scenarios, we looked at 3 different scenarios and we think that green hydrogen will take the major share by 2050, over 75% likely green hydrogen, based on the fact there will be lower costs beyond 2030 in almost all locations. However, in the 2020s, which is what you see at the bottom of the chart, blue hydrogen, so again, hydrogen derived together with carbon capture and storage, will take a major share of the ramp up of our clean hydrogen production and use. Now, what does this significant ramp up of hydrogen production entail? So for green hydrogen production, I've mentioned you need a lot of electricity. So what you're seeing here is the ramp up of electricity use overall in our economy to get to net zero. And the yellow wedge here is describing the amount of electricity required to make green hydrogen and green hydrogen derived fuels. So we're going to see a significant power ramp up. For more details on this, please refer to our the sister report of the hydrogen report that I'm talking about today from the Energy Transitions Commission on clean electrification. That's going to describe all of this in a lot greater detail, but we do not see inherent barriers of scaling the clean power system. But there is planning and incentivizing required to actually design an optimal power market and streamline permitting processes, as well as actually creating the skills for the labor market to be able to fulfill some of the jobs that will be created through this. But it will also mean a significant opportunity in terms of cumulative investments to create this hydrogen ecosystem or economy. We believe on the order of 15 trillion globally by mid-century will be needed and for ramping up clean hydrogen towards mid-century, peaking at around 800 billion per year. And what you see is that the major cost driver for this is the provision of clean power. So producing all the renewables that will be required for the electricity to make the green hydrogen. Now, so far I've been talking about the global picture. Let's have a quick look at Houston. I know that the previous presentation and also yesterday, Dr. Friedman have touched upon this, but Houston has an enormous potential to play an important role in this. For example, I've borrowed 2 charts here from a fantastic report by Princeton University on net zero America and how, in particular, for the US, the system has to develop. And you see that Texas in their models shows by far the biggest renewables investments for solar and wind generation of all the states of the US, given its fantastic solar and wind resources within the state, and investments of multiple billion dollars. Not only power though, also for carbon capture and storage, the Gulf Coast is one of the best suited places in the globe to actually enable blue hydrogen production cost efficiently. So beyond power and CCS, Houston also has, as already been mentioned, a fantastic already existing hydrogen infrastructure, some of the longest hydrogen pipelines in the world, and 3 out of 6 of the hydrogen salt caverns to store hydrogen also exist here around Houston. So there's everything in place to really kickstart the development of a clean hydrogen hub here in Houston. And when we talk about the development of early demand, we really look at the development of clusters. And we've looked at 4 archetypes within our report: ports, cities, refining and fertilizer, as well as steel, being those 4 archetypes. And you'll notice that for all of these 4 archetypes, the respective demand is present here in Houston. It's got a huge port, it's got a huge city, it's got a huge refining and fertilizer industry, as well as the steel industry. But what you also note here is that a lot is already happening throughout the globe. And this is only an extract of many more projects that are happening already. This is already going on in many other locations, particularly in Europe, but also beyond, in terms of getting this sort of jumping on this opportunity of clean hydrogen. Now, why haven't we seen it earlier and why haven't we seen it yet and more of it? The reason for that is that the clean hydrogen production is still more costly, but also the derived products from it are more costly than its fossil competitors. So many hydrogen technologies, in terms of the intermediate cost of a product that they derive, are more expensive than derived from fossil. Let me take the example of shipping here that you see in the second row. The usage of clean ammonia compared to fuel oil that is traditionally used for shipping at $2 per kilogram hydrogen price will add approximately 160% additional cost. However, if you trickle through this cost increase to the end product, it's absolutely not significant. It's below 1% ultimately. So what we'll have to learn and figure out is how we can trickle through this cost premium across the value chain and dilute down the costs evenly to enable clean hydrogen. And policy will play an absolutely critical role for this. And what we've done in our report is map different key instruments to overcome the premium, than the cost premium that I've just described, to enable clean hydrogen to play this significant role in terms of the decarbonization for our economy. Carbon pricing plays a fundamental role as a leveling the playing field across fossil fuels and clean technologies. But also there's a strong role for mandates and public procurement, voluntary green premium markets, public procurement, and contracts for difference. And for each of these sectors, one or the other methodology or instrument will be most impactful. For example, for steel, the formation of a voluntary green premium is already going on. Volvo, Mercedes-Benz, and others are already now committing to use green steel for their car production by 2025 onwards. And they are going to create an entire new market for green steel demand that's building up right now. But similarly, there's going to be a role for mandates, there's going to be a role for carbon contracts for difference, depending on each of those sectors. Now, we're going to see the early demand of clean hydrogen in multiple sectors staggered across according to how ready they are. And we think by 2030, overall, we're going to see 50 million tons as a clean hydrogen production target. We should have 50 million tons, of which around 2/3 are going to stem from existing hydrogen use cases that are already ready to use the clean hydrogen. But simultaneously, we need to get other use cases such as steel, such as shipping, off the ground now, get them ready for them to play their crucial role in full decarbonization until mid-century. Let me finish by just showing you some of the critical actions that are needed to actually enable the hydrogen economy and the hydrogen ecosystem across supply, transportation, and storage and demand. I'm not going to go through here in detail. I just want to re-emphasize the importance of the role of enabling the early demand for clean hydrogen through carbon pricing, through sector-specific policies and actions to create an early demand, also for sector-specific financial support mechanisms to overcome the cost premium. And lastly, to establish clean hydrogen and the products derived from it, a certification scheme for those to enable them to play that critical role. Let me finish by referring you to the 2 reports that we've published at the Energy Transitions Commission approximately 2 months ago. And thank you very much for your attention and giving me the opportunity to present here today.
So thanks for that insightful presentation, Andreas. Today, in the rest of the conference, we're going to discuss the role that hydrogen can play in reducing Houston's carbon footprint and maintaining Houston's leadership role as an energy capital while expanding into new markets. So we have 3 panels focusing on, first, what can Houston bring to the table in terms of creating a hydrogen economy? Second, how the future might unfold in terms of hydrogen production. And then finally, a discussion on what might be the killer app that drives new hydrogen demand. We've asked some of the leading experts from across the country to join us for this discussion. You can feel free to join the discussion by putting your questions in the chat feature on the right side of the Whova platform on your PC, and we'll add your thoughts to the conversation. Following the panels, we'll hear from U.S. Rep. Lizzie Fletcher, who's been a staunch advocate in Washington for Houston's energy issues, and from Jigar Shah, a former venture capitalist and energy visionary, now running the Department of Energy's loan program. Finally, we reserve time at the end of the conference for networking, and we'll have 2 breakout sessions where we can talk about what we've learned. I hope you'll stick around for the opportunity to meet your colleagues and share what you've learned. We're hopeful that this conference will help us build a support for a new low-carbon vision that we're calling H2 Houston Hub, that shows how Houston might become a leading global hydrogen cluster and for production and applications. To create that vision, our panels will take a strategic planning process called Future Back to define a future state of the world and to develop a common vision for Houston. We're asking our experts on each panel to help us develop a vision for Houston's energy future and the role that hydrogen might play. We'll then work backward to develop a set of cross-cutting activities such as policy, economic development, and workforce initiatives so we can collectively activate this future. As I mentioned, we'll begin our discussion with a broad focus on what it will take to launch Houston's Hydrogen Hub. To get us started, I'd like to introduce our first panel. Their complete bios can be found on the conference platform or at the houston.org website /energy conference. Our panelists are Chris Angelides, head of U.S. Energy Transition Strategy for Shell. Rich Burns, Chief Infrastructure Officer of the Port Houston. Scott Doyle, Vice President, Natural Gas, CenterPoint Energy. Pierre-Etienne Franck, Co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, 5T Hydrogen. And Vasim Khan, Vice President, Global Vice President, Operations, Performance, and Digital for McDermott. Our moderator is Andy Steinhubel, a former KPMG and McKinsey Managing Director, who's now Vice Chair of the Center for Houston's Future. Andy, welcome.
Brett, thanks a lot and really appreciate the lead in. It's been very exciting to be part of the conference the last couple of days, and the notion of tipping point really resonated with me. And coincidentally, when the panelists huddled in preparation for this event, our sense was that rather than spend time on making the case for hydrogen in Houston and broadly what a vision for hydrogen in Houston might look like, that we might start with a straw man, have some panelists react to that, and then spend most of our time talking about how to make it happen. And the passion in this panel is very much along the lines of this should happen. and we can work together to accelerate making it happen. So with that in mind, I'd like to go through some of the center prior work on a vision for hydrogen in Houston. And then, as I say, I'll ask a couple panelists to react to that, and then we'll have each panelist talk about their vantage point and what they would envision doing to help accelerate towards that vision. So if you'd be so kind, just please move to the next slide. Andreas established some scenarios in his keynote here a moment ago, and I'd just like to highlight a couple of principles there, and then I'll go deeper and use this discussion to draw out the implications for Houston. But effectively what he said is, if you look at today, 100% effectively of hydrogen is made through fossil fuels, typically natural gas, splitting methane. That's the gray wedge shown on the far left. That's about 100 million metric ton global market, 10 million in the US. And various projections, if you look at the upper right, the starburst would suggest we need roughly 7 to 10 times the amount of hydrogen that's being produced today to get at the so-called hard to abate areas of the industry and economy, heavy transportation, process heat, long duration storage, et cetera. The shape of how, the pace of how we get from here to there are the questions, and hence his variety of scenarios. Those scenarios, of course, will look different at a global level, or could play out differently at a global level. They will also play out, we believe, very differently at a regional level, and Houston will likewise have its own unique path from left to right. And what will drive that path, we're highlighting some of the key factors in the upper right. So do policies and incentives or taxes exist that would favor the pace and or one technology versus another? And what assets does a local area or region have in place? So in the case of blue, is there an existing hydrogen system? Of course, has been highlighted in prior prior speakers. There are a lot of assets that Houston has relevant to hydrogen. We'll touch on those in a minute. We also have assets relevant to green hydrogen and the existence of wind and solar power, where we're a leader. So not every region has those things. So depending on the assets in the region, the incentives and policies in the region, hence goes the path. So just wanted to highlight some of the factors, because we'll come back to those and the implications for Houston. So if we could go to the next slide. Just as an illustration of how one local area put their local resources together with a plan, I'd like to just highlight an analog, the Port of Rotterdam, which is following a gray to blue to green path unique to their position. So in the upper left, it's showing a project called Porthos, which is nearing a financial investment decision. It would be their CO2 storage mechanism. It would pull carbon dioxide off of their onshore industry, which is shown on the middle left-hand portion of the diagram. They have a refining system. Rotterdam is known as a global refining center, akin to Houston, akin to Singapore. So they would be capturing the carbon dioxide off of their blue hydrogen production. They're also nearing a financial investment decision on a green hydrogen electrolyzer park that's shown in the lower left. And both forms of hydrogen are feeding into a pipeline network that will support not only the port area, but move from left to right into the greater Netherlands country and then onward into Europe. And their overall ambition is to pivot from being a global fossil commodity hub to being a regional hydrogen hub, complete with trading as well as the logistics, as well as the opportunity to import that ship up there in the upper left. So they're heading towards being a hydrogen hub, and they're well down the road with the policies, incentives, and projects, and nearing funding on those projects to make that happen. So keep that analog in mind, because it's a lookalike to varying degrees to Houston. If we move to the next page, please. Thank you. So Bobby Tudor mentioned a number of these facts yesterday, I think, or sorry, the day before. That might help to visualize it a bit though. Houston has a premier existing gray hydrogen system. So the 48 plants that Bobby referred to span from roughly Corpus Christi down in the southeast over to Beaumont in eastern Texas. The 900 miles of pipelines he mentioned run across that system. It may be hard to see on the diagram, but also spotted in there are salt cavern storage facilities dedicated to hydrogen. The Houston area is unique in having that geologic feature and having its proximate to boot alongside that system or within that system for hydrogen inventorying purposes. And of course, all this overlays a proximity to the potential for CCUS because there are a lot of depleted and active oil and gas reservoirs in that area. There's also a bit of an infrastructure system called the Denbury in the Beaumont area. And then of course it sits on the port and we are the leading global commodity export port. So in a case where we go long hydrogen to feed markets that are short, Houston's well positioned to play an export role. We saw already Rotterdam's planning for imports, Germany's planning for imports, Japan's planning, many countries around the world will be short. Houston has the potential to be long, leveraging this premier system. If we could move to the next page, please. In addition to the existing gray system, I mentioned at the outset that Texas also is blessed with significant green or resources relevant to green. So Texas is the #1 wind state. We're the #2 solar state next to California. What that means is there's a lot of off-peak power, which is what the chart on the left is showing. We have a significant percent of our power is at a wholesale level, less than 3.5 cents a kilowatt hour, which is very inexpensive. That's important because 60 to 70% of the cost currently of electrolysis, which is the other path to hydrogen, splitting water, requires electricity. So that access to low-cost power is a significant leg up to stimulate green hydrogen chains. On the right-hand side, another interesting feature of the Houston power market is we have very high summer-winter differentials. And if you couple that with the salt cavern storage capacities I mentioned, which could also be expanded, it creates the opportunity to bank hydrogen, make hydrogen during low-cost parts of the year, typically the winter, and then take it out of storage, run it through a fuel cell or burn it in a gas-fired generation plant in the summer. Very few places in the world have low-cost storage that would afford this type of seasonal long-duration storage. So we've got some unique hands to play relative to green chains. It's just those chains are far less mature technology-wise and capacity-wise. We make very little globally as well as Houston, but we have good assets to play into that. So moving to the last page, which is an integration of all of the above, and this is a one-page representation. Appreciate it's got a lot on it, but let me just quickly run through it. So the same gray hydrogen system plants or representation run along the Gulf Coast in this depiction. But what's added as well is green hydrogen inputs down there in the lower left, Corpus Christi area. There's a lot of wind generation and wind generation planned. The north west corner as well, the Panhandle area is a big source of solar and wind power. So those red dotted lines, they're all feeding hydrogen in. And think of the salt caverns down there. There's a big one shown on the lower right that's kind of an inventory, taking all this hydrogen in, and then it's going out to various markets. So you see the highways kind of boldly outlined. Well, those highways have pipelines and pipeline rights of way paralleling that. So we could transport hydrogen out of a Houston hub, perhaps to California, take advantage of their low carbon fuel standard. We could push it up towards Dallas, which is a high density trucking corridor. Along the way, we've got our airport, Bush Airport, that is a candidate. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we could also put it on the water and hence the ships out there. We have room to expand our CCUS system, not just around the Gulf, but we can push it out to the Permian. And of course, the Permian can send us back in low-cost natural gas. So we can not only take advantage of our existing blue system, but we could also deploy state-of-the-art blue with even higher CO2 capturability rates to expand that system. So our potential to be a hub, to not only drive hydrogen penetration in the greater Houston area, but to drive it potentially further across the US and even be a global player is definitely within our grasp. So I'll leave it there in terms of the Cook's tour of possibilities in greater Houston and beyond. And now I'd like to ask a couple of our panelists, Chris and Pierre, to comment. And first, turning to Chris. Chris, as Brett mentioned, from Shell. And Shell, of course, has been a leader for many, many years in studying hydrogen opportunities, and more recently has been a catalyst for projects throughout the globe. And so, Chris, I'm interested in your take on that Cook's tour and how Shell would see it.
Thank you, Andy, and good morning to all in the US time zones, and I guess good afternoon if you're elsewhere. I should also say congrats to the Greater Houston Partnership and the Center for Houston Future for this great event, and of course, thank you for the invitation to be on this panel. So yes, what you showed resonates well with me. Shell is indeed participating in a number of hydrogen projects to better understand supply and demand issues, and to demonstrate commerciality for hydrogen as a fuel, especially in the heavy-duty transport sector. We're a part of several initiatives aimed at encouraging the adoption of hydrogen in transport, from a hydrogen refueling network for passenger cars in California, to the so-called H2 Accelerate Consortium that aims to enable conditions for mass market rollout for hydrogen trucks in Europe. You mentioned the port of Rotterdam. So in that example, again, Shell is a key partner in what is called H-Vision, which is a consortium of about 10 companies looking to decarbonize industry by replacing refinery fuel gases and coal with blue hydrogen. So hydrogen can indeed transform the energy industry, especially sectors like heavy duty transport. But the reality is production costs remain high and the demand side is still somewhat unclear, which we think hampers investment and the ability for the sector to scale. So, you know, looking at everything you presented, I think key is demonstrating the commercial markets, and that's what can help Houston accelerate.
Mm-hmm. So stimulate the demand to warrant an expansion of the supply.
That's right.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Chris. Pierre, any other comments, Chris, or you're
Nope.
good?
Thank you.
Thank you. Pierre, you've had experience going back to some of the original Hydrogen Council thinking on the role of hydrogen in these various hard to abate areas, and have a long history of involvement in various hydrogen capacities. I appreciate your take on the Vision Strawman and other thoughts.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with you. It's a very interesting topic because it's true that Houston is the hub of the oil and gas and the energy industry in the world. Just to comment on it, I would like just to put in perspective the figures, because if you take Rotterdam, as you said, Rotterdam production and demand for hydrogen today is 0.4 million tons. In the vision of Rotterdam as a hub by 2050, which is basically moving to blue and clean, the hydrogen production reaches 20 million tons. out of which only 7 million tons is done locally and the rest is imported to be then re-exported to the German and Northwestern Europe needs. And for that, of course, they will do carbon capture and storage using the ongoing projects that Shell and a couple of other companies are involved in. But they will also they would need 200 gigawatts of electrolyzers, out of which they just don't have enough with the local offshore wind industry. So they will basically import hydrogen. One question will be, is it ammonia? Is it hydrogen in liquid form? Is it methanol? Whatever, hydrogen will have to be imported. So if you translate that to Houston, and you say there is a factor of 20, it's of course very dependent on the type of industry you have around Houston, but starting from 3 million tons of hydrogen, if you do the math, you're going to probably multiply by 10 or 20 the needs for hydrogen. And so that triggers a lot of questions, of course, because Houston is like Rotterdam in a very good position to choose whether you want to push blue or whether you want to push green, because you're blessed with all accesses. And that comes back to the macro view, which is which one is going the fastest and what's the right scenarios to worldwide bring hydrogen as a low carbon solution to scale. And you referred to the Hydrogen Council, and that's true that we did a couple of studies, narratives, trying to show the vision jointly with many players that are on the table, starting with Shell again, but also Air Liquide, Toyota, and many others. And we did not at the time, when we made the first study showing that hydrogen could move from 70 to 700 million tons in the next decades, we did not at the time moved into that tricky discussion of what's the color. And we took assumptions that it would be solved later. But recently, we went back to the topic and we pushed forward, the Council pushed forward a life cycle assessment of all the pathways to do hydrogen and a life cycle assessment supply chain position that we did with McKinsey. And the outcome of it is that there is no silver bullet. You can have a full green scenario, but it's costing 3 trillion. It requires basically electricity generation capacity, which is equivalent to the current worldwide energy generation, electricity generation, sorry, which is not so big because the trend is to electrify more and more the source of your energy, but it's a significant move. You need to move the electrolyzer capacity to 600 gigawatts. So it's very big compared to 100 megawatts today, which is installed, or a little bit more than that, but not so much more. The blue scenario, which would be ideal for all the asset owners that have a lot of SMR and ATAs and don't want to have those assets become stranded assets, is also putting a lot of pressure on the CCS capacities. Because today only 30 million tons roughly of CCS is up and running, 65 facilities, half of them in the US. It's still small compared to what needs to be done, but it's feasible. And so the Council, you were asking that, the Council took a halfway position saying that if you mix the specific geographic access to caverns, to low or cheap natural gas, or to cheap renewable energy, then you can blend the solution, and it's a mix of green and blue, and in the end, it's roughly 50-50. And the total cost then it's a little bit lower. The emissions reduced are lower, but it's the best way forward, coupling reduction emissions and average competitiveness. So for Houston, I think this is indeed the right moment, but it's now. Because the CCS route is challenged in many countries, maybe not in the US, but it's challenged in other countries. So it needs to be rapidly up and running to show that it's a solid way forward. Because it's obvious it's a solid way forward, but it needs to be up and running with large projects. And green is, of course, a very strong solution. Texas is, I think, generating 36, the capacity is 36 gigawatts. It's more or less what you would need to convert the 3 million ton into hydrogen that you produce into green hydrogen. It's not relevant, but it's interesting in terms of orders of magnitude. So that's the real moment to move. I think that's for sure.
So I think you hit on many very interesting points, but let me bring it back to kind of, in my mind, one really critical question for Houston. Do you see the potential for I'll call it an outsized role for Houston in terms of blue hydrogen, particularly over the now through 2030, 2035 timeframe?
Well, I think if it does not happen in Houston, I don't know where it's going to happen, because it's trying to move in Europe, and Shell is pushing, Equinor is pushing, many players are pushing, but the regulators, the not in my backyard syndrome of many players is challenging it. So there is an interesting avenue to play for Houston to show the way there, because CCS is fundamental for Houston.
Mm-hmm. Great, very good, thank you. Okay, I'd like to now move to the next portion of the panel discussion, as I outlined at the outset. And the idea would be, we've got executives here from many different platforms, many different walks, intersect the hydrogen chain in different manners, different points, and would like each of you to just give a thumbnail of how your company participates in the chain, and to the extent you participate in the Houston area specifically, that would be helpful. And then just give us your thoughts on what it would take to make this vision for hydrogen in Houston happen. So I may turn back to Chris to kick it off, and then we'll go around with the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. So, look, Shell wants to play its part in establishing hydrogen as a large-scale option for low carbon fuel. We are taking the lead by developing transport refueling networks elsewhere in this country and globally. We are working with partners to ensure that there is sufficient demand in place. And look, throughout this, you're gonna hear me consistently talk about both the supply and the demand side. That will be critical to the success of any demonstration projects here for hydrogen in industry and in transport. So Shell sees a future where hydrogen fuel plays an important role, as well in transport, as well as acting as a carrier for heavy industries such as cement and steel and chemicals, et cetera. So we see opportunities across the hydrogen supply chain, including the production, the storage, the shipping, and of course, end customer solutions. So to ensure the development of this entire value chain, Shell wants to connect the multiple parts of the business. I mean, Pierre mentioned the renewables, mentioned electrolysis, the demand in our own refinery assets, certainly the development of carbon capture and storage, and eventually the fuels retail network. So, you know, you ask what role does our company want to play? We want to play a role across the entire value chain. So maybe I'll pause here, and then if you come back around, you know, we can talk about.
Yeah. Just one quick follow-on. Of all the markets that you highlight, and you've now hit a couple times the importance of the market end of the chain, as well as the production and the midstream, but the market side, where in the Houston context would you see the priority on market development?
I think road transport, heavy duty transport, certainly consideration of can you export clean hydrogen to other parts of the United States and eventually globally. Again, I go back to what was mentioned before. Other parts of the world will not be able to meet their goals. They will need hydrogen to come from elsewhere. So I think as long as Houston looks at the entire value chain and takes, of course, export into consideration, we can build a very strong commercial story.
Mm-hmm. And your sense is that's because we've got the infrastructure to do it, the incremental economics of those two pursuits, heavy transportation and export, are in our favor? Is that the?
Well, we have look, we have all of the ingredients here. We have the supporting infrastructure. We have the pipelines for transportation. We have all of the carbon capture and storage technology know-how. We have the production facilities. We have all the pieces. What we need is coordination, especially in public and private organizations and investment streams, at a local, at a national, at an international level. But if you take all of these pieces together, Houston, I think, is uniquely placed for this.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Rich, yeah, it's interesting. I showed that Port of Rotterdam slide, or actually Rotterdam slide. It's often referred to as decarbonizing the port, which I find somewhat interesting in that it's really about using the port and the land and the port's proximity to the shipping and pipelines and industry that's really driving the decarbonization. So I'm interested in how you see it and how you see it in the context of the Port of Houston.
Right, Andy. And thanks for having me as part of this panel. I think coordination requires the different perspectives, and I'm glad to be here. So just let me put it in perspective. Houston is home to the country's largest port by tonnage. There's 20,000 ship transits per year visiting 200 public docks and private facilities that support the largest petrochemical complex. It's also home to 6,000 to 7,000 truck visits at our container terminals, which are the largest on the Gulf Coast. So if hydrogen and energy transition are going to happen anywhere, it's going to be Houston with a unique mix of skills, industry expertise, the installed infrastructure that's already here, the trading volumes, and the transportation intensity, as Chris mentioned. Houston has two unique advantages. One is what I just mentioned, that combination, and the other is the business environment. Ideas that make business sense are going to be economically resilient. And so the more free market nature of how things work in Houston means concepts are going to be stress tested, and you know, they'll last longer because of that test. So what can Port Houston do? The point of the port is driving regional prosperity, and that means supporting a sustainable economy and an environment so Houston continue to lead as the energy and commerce capital. And so what we've done is undertake an initiative we call Sustainability Action Teams, aimed at defining where the port can play and what port stakeholders value, and where the port can either lead or partner or maybe support from the side because it's really somebody else's initiative. And our stakeholders include all sectors of the industry, carriers, cargo shippers, and also our community and environmental advocates and so forth. And they've identified the #1 issue for sustainability in Houston is clean energy. And that's followed closely by emissions reduction, the circular economy, and community strengthening. So that's led to a lot of discussions around specific opportunities to work with large energy players and entrepreneurs alike for projects that foster adoption of the hydrogen supply chain, alternative fuels, whether they be hydrogen, carbon neutral methanol, ammonia, batteries, and also carbon capture and other innovative technologies. In many cases, these, you know, our role is to really to connect the dots, and I like Chris's mention of coordination between public and private agencies. Connect the dots between new technologies and the transportation demand in terms of ships and trucks, and in some case, partnering in specific ventures. We're connecting the dots globally as well by the launches, I was gonna say this month, but it's actually July now. In June, we launched the Blue Sky Maritime Coalition with Shell and Kirby and other companies, which is focused on decarbonization and shipping. And then the International Energy Agency's Global Hydrogen Ports Coalition to share knowledge across the port. The port is leading in areas it controls as well, sort of inside our fence line, including reducing our carbon footprint 55% over the last 4 years through an asset-backed energy contract, electricity contract. But we're also thinking in the future, such as our maritime education and our STEM education support, which is going to provide people with the entrepreneurial and technical skills to keep hydrogen and the transition going. If we think about 2050, I don't know if anybody on this panel is going to still be working, but we need the next generation to be skilled up and working. And then Greater Houston, can accelerate the transition by, again, working together. Over a century ago, Houston, that very port was created through a big idea called the Houston Plan to create the ship channel. And we're widening and deepening that ship channel again. And that's going to enable us to expand this export story that has been mentioned a couple of times. But the point was the community saw a transformative opportunity and rallied together to make it happen. And then once the common cause was set up, they got out of each other's way. And this sort of free market economy we have in Houston has been a bastion of innovation. One final thought, which is, when we listen to our stakeholders, it's really about what can we do for them yesterday, as much as what can we do in 2050. And so we have to balance sort of near-term impact projects that perhaps start technology adoption, start fuel cell-driven trucks or other alternative fuels in ocean vessels that can happen within the next 3 to 5 year time frame, as well as thinking about 2050.
That's great, Rich. Thanks. So it sounds like the Port of Houston is all in. You've got initiatives inside your fence, but if I'm hearing you right, you're all in also on being a catalyst for a number of things we're talking about outside the fence, just given where the port sits and your role as a connector across a number of these constituencies, or at least relationships with a number of these constituencies.
Yeah. Our engagement model is what can we lead, what can we partner on, and what can we support? And we don't want to get out of our lane. We are a port, but we are at the nexus of literally thousands of supply and value chains. And so connecting the dots is a really important role for the port.
Terrific. Very exciting. Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to Scott, and Scott leads the portion of CenterPoint that's involved in gas transportation, short and long haul. And transportation of hydrogen is if you will, a bit of a tricky thing because of the lack of density. And so say cost, it's reasonable cost to produce it. There are different end uses that have various economics, but moving it around is a bit of an art. And so Scott, I'd like to better understand your company's vantage point and your perspectives on how to expand the hydrogen economy in Houston.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. And I'll go back to maybe where Chris started with supply and demand, and think about it at least from the demand perspective. Just a quick, for those of you that are not Houston natives or unfamiliar with us, we do operate the largest natural gas distribution network in the United States, with well over 100,000 miles of pipeline facilities across 8 states, serving 4.7 million customers. And when we think about what goes through our system, as a company, we have to be thoughtful about our own customers' emissions. And we have to do that because for many of you who are maybe in the industrial segment, you report your own emissions. We have to report the emissions on behalf of our customers. So when we think about cleaning up our system or our operations, or moving towards a decarbonized future, we need to be mindful of our residential and commercial customer emissions, because we have the responsibility of reporting those. So just when we talk about scale, think of that for our own operations versus the emissions of our customers. It's a 50-to-1 ratio of the emissions of our customers versus what needs to be done to our systems. We need to be thinking about how to clean up the supply that's moving its way through our system. So one of the projects we're working on up in Minneapolis this year, we'll complete it later this year, is a green hydrogen production facility where we'll blend hydrogen into our gas supply stream, well below the thresholds that are known in the industry to be safe. which is below 20%, will be well below 20%, well below 10% even as well. As we get experience with that, we're moving that same pilot to Houston. We have 4 locations in Houston where we currently blend propane air into our system during peaking events. Very natural site for us to locate a facility like that. But at the end of the day, we don't see ourselves as producers of hydrogen. We're really more on the demand side on behalf of our customers as we procure supply that greens up our supply and helps them with their emissions as well. So as we think about hydrogen long term, it is about the blending. It's also about the ability to take advantage of the networks that we have in place. We're good at building networks in dense urban environments, whether it's overhead electric lines or underground pipelines as well. When you think about the demand on our system, we transport roughly 800 BCF of natural gas across our network on an annualized basis. About half of that is transported for others. So if you think about blending at the 10% range, let's just use that, you're talking about anywhere from 40 to 80 billion cubic feet of natural gas that's being displaced if we're able to blend hydrogen into that particular stream as well. A couple of other things we're doing, we're participating in research activities outside of our company, collaborating with others, both with our organizations, the Gas Technology Institute and the Edison Electric Institute. There's work that's being done in conjunction with the national laboratories. There's also other work being done in the H2 at Scale projects, where we'll participate in a project here in Houston with the National Renewable Energy Labs that are part of the national labs as well. But we see this as a journey, and I'll leave with this, and this is, you heard a little bit from Pierre as well when we talk about scale. There's good news and bad news with hydrogen. The good news is a lot of the technology is already proven. It's well known, so it's easy to apply and start using. The bad news is we haven't figured out the ultimate economics of it because of the density of the energy of hydrogen, the economics associated with that, but then also just the cost of producing it at scale in an economic way. That's ultimately what we're going to be looking for, is the ability for our customers, knowing that we're going to blend, but have it at a cost that's affordable as we make this transition as well.
Mm-hmm. That's great, Scott. So if I might paraphrase, you're getting your system ready in anticipation, to Chris's point, of that supply and supply expansion coming into place, and the market development on the other side. Although you bring existing customers to the table, but presumably you in the system could play a role in accessing new customers. I'd like to just ask you about one other thing. Pierre highlighted the importance of CCUS and Greater Houston leadership on the CCUS front. How would CenterPoint play into that from a transportation standpoint?
Sure. I think you think about what's in the art of the possible, and clearly these are not well-formed design ideas, but ultimately, is there a market for us to build a network from residential customers, and bring the carbon back to some sort of network that takes it somewhere else to be injected or to be taken care of in a different way as well. Since we do build networks and we build them well and can manage them, we certainly can bring a carbon capture network to the masses. And I think that's in the future, obviously, but it is a solution that can be considered if some other sort of carbon capture ring or hub is developed that can help in a number of ways in our business in particular.
Mm-hmm. So again, if the source materializes and the end use, if you will, you're looking for the anchors of that chain, and you're prepared to facilitate the midstream in between. Is that fair?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
That's great. Thank you very much. I might turn to Vaseem, and McDermott has done a host of projects. I'll put them under the banner of decarbonization across technologies and in many parts of the world. Very interested in how you see the Greater Houston landscape and what you think we're missing and what we need to do to kind of make these types of projects happen here.
All right, so thank you, Andy, and good afternoon, good morning, everybody. I'm actually in The Hague today in one of our offices, and we're about 15 miles from the Rotterdam port, so we know, what Rotterdam is doing quite well. So we live, ladies and gentlemen, on the very practical end of the spectrum. So we are the people who are tasked to turn aspiration into reality. So McDermott has a 100-year-plus history of building projects, and we build projects not only onshore, but also offshore and deep water subsea. So, I mean, our challenge in this new nascent industry, and as others have said, hydrogen is not a production technology challenge. Hydrogen is an economic challenge, and hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, is a scaling challenge. So we look at it from a practical perspective, is how can we help people like Shell, people like Centerpoint Energy, people like the Port of Houston, take an idea, develop the idea into a practical economic solution, and then build the solution safely and in a manner that the business objectives of the likes of Centerpoint and Shell and the Port of Houston are built. So our request to all of the operators is that we need to start with the end in mind. Our end goal is to replace or decarbonize existing forms of energy. How do we practically do that in a manner that it's timely? Because, as Pierre-Etienne is saying, that we can't wait 5-10 years to do this. But how do we do it in a manner that's timely, and how do we do it in a manner that's economically feasible? Some of that will need to come from policy support, but a lot of it will need to come from how we collaborate together. I've heard the word coordination by a couple of my friends who spoke earlier, but I'll take this a little further. I think what we need is not just cooperation, we need collaboration. We need to move to an engagement model which is not a rectangular or a square table, but a round table. We need to move to a contracting strategy that shares risk equitably across the stakeholders. Because without the ability to contractually deliver a project profitably for a contractor like ourselves, as well as the operators, you'll find that the projects will take a long time. The other aspect, which we have when we talk to our peer groups and we talk to our customers, is that we need to move away from the traditional oil and gas method of delivering projects to a much more speed to market strategy. A typical oil and gas project from conception into delivery can often take a good part of a decade. And I don't think we've got that sort of time in the energy transition sector. We have in the traditional oil and gas sector a very fragmented market in terms of standards, in terms of lack of standardization, and in terms of how we buy equipment. So, I know the IOGP, the International Oil and Gas Producers Grouping, is doing a lot of work in that. But Andy, to really make this work, we've got to rethink how we deliver projects. And we've got to do that collaboratively. We've got forums in which we are starting to do that. But my request to everyone on the operator side, on the developer side, is let's work together to redraw how we do this. Now, why is Houston the ideal location to do this? Is because we've got a huge human talent pool. We don't talk about really is that the decades of experience we've got in Houston, in the Houston area, of delivering very complex projects. I mean, projects which are not too different from putting man on the moon. If you really get into some of the LNG projects we do, $5–10 billion developments, some of the deep water subsea developments we do, that talent pool, if we focus that on energy transition, it can deliver wonders for us. But we've got to do it collaboratively. We've got to move away from a rather typical us versus them sort of.
Waseem, I think we just lost your audio. Waseem, I may come back to you. We heard you on the us versus them and calling out the need for different contract structures and even more fundamentally, different approaches to projects, both excellent points. So hold that thought. When you come back online, happy to have you finish. Pierre, I wanted to come to you because again, you've seen a lot go on in hydrogen for many, many years and would be interested in your view again and your current company's role in the chain. I think you might highlight that, but then also how you'd see pulling these chains off in the Houston area.
So thank you. Yeah, it's true that we are really changing scale in this dynamic. As some of you know, I used to be working and managing the hydrogen activities for Air Liquide, and I think from other colleagues will speak later in this conference. And we've been pioneering many small-scale projects over the last 10 years in the transport, in the green hydrogen or carbon capture technologies. But now the key is indeed to go really massively at scale. And in fact, hydrogen is going to become really the disruptor of this new energy system if we believe in all the estimates that everybody is doing, because for having a clean energy world, you need electrons and a clean gas, and the clean gas is hydrogen without CO2. That's basically that. So if you take that for Houston, I think there are three urgent topics. First is to solve rapidly the question, are you long or short on hydrogen, which changes the way you look at it. And of course, I think Houston should be long and should be an export hub, which is changing completely the way you look at things. And then second, you need to look at which places are the easiest to move to. And of course, the first one is to shift existing consumers from gray to green or gray to blue by giving the right type of policy schemes like contract for difference, which enable the customers to afford the premium that is attached to a clean product. And which is it's a little bit the same as the 45Q system that you have today, but that needs to be used massively. Then the second topic is that you've got other customers which need not only to shift from gray to green, but need to shift from a fossil-based energy into a clean energy, which can be hydrogen. So that entails technology and process changes. So it's more the type of project which requires CapEx support to start, to demonstrate at scale, and then you can regulate. And that's basically what Europe is trying to do. And the third one, of course, is back to what we've been starting with Shell, with Total, and with many other companies, and with the OEMs, is to move into those heavy-duty transportation segments, which is a demand creation which is fundamental, but which requires a collaboration between us, the infrastructure players, the OEMs, and so on. And so then I will just conclude in your question with indeed what I am doing now, because this 5G hydrogen means nothing to people if you don't explain. I have been advocating over the last 2 years with Air Liquide and with the Hydrogen Council that we need scale, so we need share risks, and we need infrastructure funds to move into the game. And so I'm basically walking the talk by creating the first one that is aiming to become a 1 billion or 1.5 billion infrastructure fund dedicated to the hydrogen infrastructure assets, because we believe those assets, if they're produced at scale, will be the assets of the future, the infrastructure assets of the future. And that hydrogen will be the new asset class for large infrastructure funds. So we've got already some support from a couple of industry players well known in the industry. So Plug Power, of course, well known in the hydrogen one, Chart Industries and Baker Hughes. And we are, of course, discussing with many others to move forward. We think indeed that the financial community, next to the policymakers and the industry players that are around the table, are the three together capable to make this change. And this is what we're trying to bring to the table with 5G hydrogen.
And this is a public-private fund, or where are the dollars sourced?
The dollars will be sourced mostly from private industrials and private financial long-term financial players, sovereign funds, institution, pension funds, and players like that. And then we will aim to invest only between 20 to 100 million per project as minority partners with the large industrial players that want to go, just to help to enable share the risks, eventually bring deconsolidation schemes to the system, because it could be necessary, because the returns at the start will not be exactly the one that you're used to have, but it's needed to move forward.
Right. And this is in the context of anticipating contract for difference, maybe tweaks to 45Q or other.
Exactly. Yeah. I think the Californian regulations for OEMs and the move of green, clean solutions is an interesting one to be used in many other states. The PCFD is a very strong one that could be looked at. You've got also, of course, the 45Q, if it can be extended further. I think it's a good support scheme to make things fly economically. And then a fund can move on, because the fund, of course, is not there just to save the world. It's there to make profit as anyone. But I think it can help bring the dynamic to the world.
That's terrific. Well, good luck with that endeavor. That's terrific.
Thank you.
Vaseem, are you back with us, or you were making some nice cases for change that I think were quite important to this? So if not, we can continue.
Yes, Andy, I'm back. My apologies. We got for some reason it dialed us out, so we had to dial back in again.
No problem.
Yeah. But I mean, I was basically done, Andy. So if I were to wrap this up, I would say that hydrogen is a great place because the technology exists. It has adjacency, which means we don't have the transportation problem to solve immediately. It'll be a problem we need to solve. But if we can be adjacent, in other words, we can produce hydrogen in close proximity to where it's consumed, which is ideal for Houston, given the availability of renewable power, given the availability of gas. The only other ingredient we need is to be able to collaborate in a practical manner, and in a manner that we take the best practices of our oil and gas industry, we take the genius of our people, but we don't use the fragmented approach we have to deliver projects today.
Yeah,
Andy, back to you.
Thank you. Are you seeing, just out of interest, the sorts of contract structures you were referring to, and or collaborative and different major project approaches being demonstrated in other parts of the world that we could learn from and lever off of here?
We definitely are. We are seeing a divergence. You see, hydrogen is both a utility and consumed by the oil and gas industry. So a lot of the non-oil and gas companies which are coming into the energy transition sector are coming in with a blank sheet. So they are much more amenable to alternate contracting strategies than the more traditional oil and gas companies, who have procurement procedures, contracting procedures enshrined into their operating procedures, and they take time to change. But it is changing. Even amongst the majors, it is changing. People are beginning to see that there needs to be a different way of delivering projects if we are to deliver a cost-effective solution in the time frame that the users, the consumers, the stakeholders, and the public are really demanding. I mean, there's a lot more pressure on energy transition in Europe, where I'm sitting today, than there is in the US. But I have no doubt that things are going to change rapidly in the US as well. So the answer, Andy, is yes, but not at a pace we'd like to see it.
Yeah, understand. Thank you. Great comments again. All right, so we're down to the lightning round here, and I'd like each of the panelists, and you may have hit this already, but just for emphasis, what's the single most important thing Houston should be doing to accelerate its move to the hydrogen economy? And maybe I'll just go around the way I see the squares on my screen, but that would be you, Scott, if you don't mind kicking off this round.
Yeah, so I think we're ready for hydrogen in pockets, and so we can get started. We just need it at a lower cost.
Great, thank you. Pierre, final thoughts?
I will bounce back on what Wassim said with the engineering world saying need to change views. I think this hydrogen thing is an occasion to change views on the energy scheme and to look at it as a huge opportunity for speed, scale, and new source of profits and growth. So please change views on it and don't look at it as a burden or a cost, but an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. And hydrogen being a vanguard regarding the whole energy transition. Wonderful. Chris?
You know, before I give you my thoughts on the speed round, I think it was Wassim who made mention to putting a man on the moon, and it just dawned on me, hydrogen was critical to space exploration in the 60s, and of course Houston was at the center of the space program, right? So it would only be fitting if now that hydrogen is seen as a key energy source for a lower carbon future, if Houston once again has the potential to lead. So I think that's a very nice parallel. And
it really
look,
is.
I'm excited by how far this city has come. I think it was mentioned yesterday that just a few years ago we couldn't say decarbonization, and today our challenge is how fast we move and what role will Houston play. Mm-hmm. And I think it was in Bobby Tudor's session, or in day one, there was an audience poll that dealt with the timeline and the sense of urgency. And I think 3/4 of the respondents said action within 6 months. So I think that's where I also land. We need action. It falls on the various stakeholders across the value chain to collaborate, to kick off important work, and to build out this viable path to commercial success. Mm-hmm. Unless we demonstrate commercial success, we have work to do, and Houston is critical in that.
Excellent. And I love your hearkening back to the moonshot and the city that was instrumental to making it happen. And why not the Earth shot, huh?
That's right.
What better place? Thanks, Chris. Wassim, any last comments from you? Most important priority?
I mean, I think Chris is absolutely correct. Hydrogen got us to the moon, right? So why not hydrogen? I think what I would ask the mayor of Houston, the champions of industry in Houston, is be an advocate for clean energy, for renewable energy, for energy transition at the state level and at the federal level. We need your help, ladies and gentlemen, to advocate alternate energies, hydrogen being one of them, at the state and the federal level. That's what will make it happen.
Yeah. Very good, Wassim. Well said. If you look at Rotterdam again, there are multiple levels of government and policy and incentives in place that are enabling that significant transformation. So thanks again. Rich, over to you. Clean up.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I think one accelerator would be to energize the demand function. And if the trucks aren't consuming hydrogen and the vessels aren't consuming hydrogen in some way, then all the infrastructure in the world won't do us any good. And that's actually something that can start at a small level and then scale up pretty quickly. I think just a few years ago, there were only a few ships in the world that were LNG powered, and a lot of them have started to adopt dual fuel standards and so forth. So we're probably at a tipping point in terms of looking at how trucks can be driven with alternative fuels. I don't know who's going to win and lose between the different kinds of fuels, but I think it's more important to incentivize those truck owners to transition on to different power sources. And then that will catalyze at least a pilot hydrogen supply chain, and then I can grow from there.
Great. Yeah. Well, thanks for punctuating again, Rich, the importance of stimulating the new market side and the priority on trucking. Great ending points. So, well, Brett, if you're still with us here, I don't know if we have a minute or two to take a question from the audience, but back over to you.
Well, Andy, I think we're running a little short on time, so let me just see if I can summarize and maybe put this back in the framework that we talked about. So We talked about future back, so let's think about what we heard in terms of the future. We're going to see significant growth in hydrogen. 100 million tons is what we heard of global demand. We heard about adjacencies, that this is going to emerge in clusters and hubs, and Houston is well positioned there. And that we really have the assets to grow this, whether it's a green or blue, that we can sort of be the Switzerland of hydrogen, that all of these value chains are going to happen in Houston. So that's maybe a little bit of what the future might look like. So the next question is, how did we get there? And we heard a lot about that. We heard about that we need to address the challenges in terms of being able to build demand, certainly with these new applications to begin with. We need to be able to drive costs down, and we need to build this at scale. But ultimately, that if we're successful at this, the world needs our hydrogen from Houston. We need to be a player in decarbonizing the world because the world can't do it without us. And so that's how we're going to get there, through those things like scale and driving the economics in these new demand centers. And then finally, what did we do to make that happen? Well, we heard about cross-cutting initiatives, things like connecting the dots. But even more than connecting the dots, we need to find new business models that are collaborative. We need to look at things like contracts for differences. And we need to be an advocate for new policy solutions. Those are the things that are going to make a difference. And finally, at the end of the day, it's all about the money. So these infrastructure funds, we need the capital to make this happen. So if you think about in terms of where we could be in terms of the future, how we got there, and what it's going to take to do it, I think our panel did a great job of summarizing that. But I think the biggest takeaway that I took away from this panel is the big idea. And if you think about what we talked about in terms of what Daniel said at the very beginning, what made Houston grow? It was a vision of what Houston could be, the idea of the ship channel, the idea of putting the man on the moon. And it's appropriate that perhaps we're going to talk later today about Earthshots, because not, as people have mentioned, not 10 minutes from here at Rice Stadium, over 60 years ago, President Kennedy gave the historic speech that we will go to the moon, and that we will do it in 10 years from Houston. And the DOE has had a similar vision for what an Earthshot might look like. And it's perhaps appropriate that Earthshot could happen with hydrogen in Houston, just as the moonshot happened. So I do think that is our big idea today, that our vision is for Houston to lead, just as we led in the race to space. So with that, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back shortly.
Bravo. Thank you. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you very much.
Stanley Porter, Vice Chairman, and the U.S. Energy, Resources, and Industrials Practice Leader here at Deloitte. Deloitte is proud to sponsor the Greater Houston Partnerships, the Future of Global Energy discussion about Houston's role in leading the energy transition. As the largest professional services firm in Houston and in the world, Deloitte understands the importance of energy in our local, regional, and global economies. We do also understand the opportunities and challenges the future of energy brings, and we are working actively with our clients to help accelerate their low carbon journeys. We do know at the heart of the future of energy journey is innovation, and we're very proud to announce that we are launching the first of its kind next generation greenhouse powered by Energy and Industrials here in Houston. This next generation greenhouse will be the largest of its kind for Deloitte in the US and will have prototyping, collaboration, innovative technologies, and an environment of experimentation that will allow our clients and Deloitte to accelerate the solutions needed to meet the challenges of the energy transition. With the breadth of Deloitte service offerings and commitment to innovation, we are ideally placed to connect the business ecosystems, thought leaders, regulators, and innovators who will make this change possible. Through our scale and sector knowledge, we will use the strength of our strategy, implementation, and innovation to help our clients with their most complex challenges. Deloitte is committed to Houston as a leading energy market, to the energy industry, and to creating the future of energy together. It is an honor to be a part of this dialogue and a part of the possibilities that are driving Houston's future and energy's future.
So welcome back to the Future of Global Energy. Our next panel is entitled, Who Wins in Producing Hydrogen's Many-Colored Rainbow? As many of you know, hydrogen may be a colorless gas, but in the view of some, not all hydrogen is created equal, and a color is sometimes used to denote how clean it is. Today, almost all hydrogen production in the US is produced from natural gas through a process called steam methane reforming and is considered gray because the CO2 is not captured. But in the future, that SMR process may be coupled with carbon capture to create blue hydrogen, a cleaner version produced from fossil fuels. As we've heard, green hydrogen may be produced through electrolysis of water by separating the hydrogen and oxygen molecules and using electricity from renewables to power the reaction. There's also the possibility of using nuclear energy to power electrolysis, in which case the hydrogen is considered pink. Or it might even be turquoise, which is somewhere between green and blue and uses methane as a feedstock and electricity rather than fossil fuels as an energy source. So this rainbow is confusing. And even more confusing, electrolysis may not be necessarily the cleanest form of hydrogen. For example, a Bank of America research report recently reported that even in California, where the penetration of renewables is 32%, hydrogen produced from fossil fuels had lower carbon intensity than hydrogen produced from electrolysis. So we're going to need a lot of renewables to produce the greenest hydrogen from electrolysis. And this kind of raises a question. Should we be focused on the source of hydrogen production? Or is it better to focus on the most suitable way of reducing the carbon intensity of the hydrogen? Ultimately, many believe that electrolysis will be the best long-term low-carbon solution. But the cost of hydrogen produced from electrolysis is currently 5 times more expensive than that produced from fossil fuels. So last month, the Department of Energy created its Earthshot initiative, which sets an aspirational goal to reduce the cost of clean hydrogen by 80% to $1 per 1 kilogram in 1 decade, one by one by one. But is this enough to make green hydrogen both cost competitive and scalable? To take on these many complicated questions, we have a panel of experts representing a rainbow of types of hydrogen production. So I'd like to introduce our second panel and our moderator. Our panelists are Kathy Ayers, Vice President of Research and Development at Nel Hydrogen, Dea Buomi, Vice President of Product Management at Bloom Energy, Trevor Best, Chief Executive Officer at Syzygy Plasmonics, Andrew Garnett, Interim President, Air Liquide, U.S. Hydrogen Energy, Roman Karamachuk, Head of Future Energy Analytics at S&P Global Platts, and our moderator, Nichelle McLemore, Managing Director, Oil, Gas, and Chemicals at Deloitte. Nichelle, thanks so much to you and Deloitte for all your support of the conference, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Brett. I'm looking forward to getting into the conversation today. As you said, and as the speakers have said in previous panels today and throughout the conference, hydrogen is a big topic, and Houston has an opportunity across all of the many colors, and in fact, all the ways that it's produced. So with that, let's start with an understanding of the different ways that hydrogen is produced. And I want to ask each of our panelists that question. I'll start with Kathy.
Sure. So at Nel Hydrogen, we produce hydrogen via electrolysis of water using low temperature technologies. There's also some higher temperature technologies that are not quite commercial yet, but our systems run around 60 to 80 degrees Celsius. As was mentioned in the introduction, most hydrogen is not made this way today, but there's been small niche markets where electrolysis has been cost effective over the years. And we're now seeing the point at which we can scale these technologies to a point where they can start to address some of the more energy related markets. So we're very focused on what was said in the beginning, reducing the cost of producing the hydrogen through both efficiency improvements to lower the operating cost and manufacturing improvements to lower the capital cost.
And we'll get into that certainly. Dea?
Yeah, thank you. Colors, as it mentioned in the introduction, are very helpful inside our shorthand tied to the power generation source and extent of the CO2 removal. The broad array of colors we have, the whole rainbow, quickly paint the picture of how many different ways clean hydrogen can be produced. So we have actually the gray hydrogen mentioned. We have the blue hydrogen, which is also created with natural gas, but the blue hydrogen means the resulting CO2 is either captured, stored, utilized in an industrial process. So from a carbon accounting perspective, it becomes really carbon neutral. In Bloom, really, we focus a lot on green hydrogen, as green hydrogen is produced completely from renewable energy sources. It currently accounts for around 1% of all hydrogen produced in the world. We're also working a lot with demonstration with customer in pink hydrogen.
This meeting is being recorded.
Where the pink hydrogen utilizes actually electricity from nuclear energy to generate hydrogen through a process of the electrolysis. Electrolysis, when the electrical current runs through a water molecule, separating hydrogen and oxygen, of course. And we focus, like Kathy mentioned, the low temperature, we focus more in the high temperature one where higher efficiencies are really, really needed. And also we can capture the heat for complete reuse and focus more on manufacturing efficiency, lowering the cost and demonstration to really scale up the technology as well.
Great, thanks for that, Dea. Trevor?
Hello, Trevor Best with Syzygy Plasmonics. So we have a very unique approach to manufacturing hydrogen. Our technology is based on 30 years of research that was performed at Rice University by Professors Peter Nordlander and Professor Naomi Hollis. Our technology is based on photocatalysis, which means that we use light instead of heat from burning fossil fuel to perform reactions. In our reactor, we create that light using LEDs and renewable electricity. This gives us quite an advantage for a few reasons. One, our reactions happen at low pressure and low temperature. This means that we can build our reactors out of things like aluminum and glass and plastic, achieving a much, much lower capital cost. And perhaps most exciting, this is a platform technology. We can do more than a dozen different reactions. We have plays in ammonia synthesis for fertilizer, CO2 processing, and of course we have the capability of making hydrogen from multiple different feedstocks. Because of our low CapEx and our ability to use different feedstocks and the efficiency of our process, we do offer a potential to make clean hydrogen at a cost point that is far lower than many of our competitors in many scenarios. Where we are at, we are currently scaling up the technology. We've scaled up more than 500,000x in the last 36 months, and we are approximately 18 to 24 months from market entry and scaling. The potential is massive, and I'm very excited to be here today.
Thanks, Trevor. Andrew, let's get you in the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Nichelle. Let me start by introducing Air Liquide. We are an industrial gas company, so we manufacture oxygen, nitrogen, argon. And we are one of the world's largest producers of hydrogen. Brett said it already, roughly 95% of the world's hydrogen today is made by steam methane reforming. And if we simplify that a little bit, that's taking natural gas, which is more or less 97, 98% methane, cracking that, that's CH4, cracking that apart and making hydrogen from that. That's primarily the way that Air Liquide makes hydrogen today. We also have electrolyzers and electrolysis, but in terms of energy, that method is the most efficient. It uses just a little bit less than 1/5 of an MMBTU per kilogram. And so depending on the cost of natural gas, it can be made at the DOE's target today of $1 a kilogram. And this method does have carbon emissions, but there is technology in place today that allows the capture and sequestration of those emissions. So it's a great way to make hydrogen.
Thanks, Andrew. And Roman, can we bring you into the conversation as well?
Sure thing. I think I'm going to be speaking from the perspective of S&P Global, and as S&P Global, we work with the hydrogen industry across the globe. I think obviously we work with players that are involved in steam methane reforming, but we are also paying a lot of attention to other approaches that use fossil fuels, things such as autothermal reforming. And if you go halfway around the world, you see that coal gasification is actually a very common way of creating hydrogen in places like China. And then when we look forward and we think about our other options, there's also technologies that we are tracking, technologies such as methane pyrolysis, and at least that could also be where CCS could be put to use. So we're not a player in this game, but we are actively tracking in terms of the manufacturing game, but we're actually tracking to help understand which of these technologies may end up playing out and which ones may end up being winners under different circumstances. So very interesting discussion.
Fantastic. Thanks for that all. And let's just dive in. So Brett introduced the Earthshot initiative, the DOE's Earthshot initiative, and the 1 by 1 by 1 challenge. That is to effectively reduce the cost of clean hydrogen to $1 per kilogram. So Roman, let's start with you first. And you survey the scene, as you said, for hydrogen globally at S&P Global. What challenges does that represent to get to $1 per kilogram?
I mean, I can say that when we saw the $1 per kilogram, you know, this was a game of leapfrog, because we were looking at what was going on in Europe. There were targets of $2, there were targets of $1.75, and DOE just blew through all of them and went with $1. So, you know, hats off to them for the ambition here. And it is a very ambitious target from what we see. For those of you who are not familiar, Platts, as a price reporting agency, we've launched hydrogen price assessments around the world, including in the US Gulf Coast. So if we look at prices right now, if we look at Platts prices for electrolyzer produced hydrogen, and depending on the electrolyzer type, we're looking at around $2.50 to $3.50 to $4 per kilogram. So that is what our current Platts pricing is telling us, and we would need to get from those levels down to $1. If you look at our estimates of current technologies and assuming pretty strong 90% capacity factors, we essentially need to have power prices be zero at current technologies and at 90% capacity factors. Now, obviously, what DOE is doing is they're setting an objective. They're trying to push the technology, because no one expects that current technology prices are the ones that are going to be in play 10 years from now, let alone a year from now. So this is an ambitious goal, but it's one that is certainly going to push a lot of the players, the key players, to be able to meet.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that, actually. So thank you, Roman. I mean, we welcome Earthshot. I mean, Earthshot, really, it is significant that the first initiative is focused on hydrogen already. And in Bloom, we recently hosted, actually, Secretary Granholm at our Aspire Forum. She's really certainly looking to the future and working to make that future as soon a reality. So the DOE goal of lowering the cost of hydrogen is aggressive, as Roman mentioned, but it is achievable with the right policies in place. And when we say the right policies, those are helping to scale, drive demand, provide clear regulatory rules for the road. As you know, all the developers, investors need just to know the rules for the next decade or 25 years of development they have. So for example, we can look at the scale of tax incentive of the production of hydrogen, which Senator Carver recently introduced with Clean Hydrogen Production Act. We are on the record, and even Andrew with Air Liquide are on the record supporting such legislation and driving forward with the Department of Energy. So it is ambitious. We believe it is really achievable, and we definitely welcome Earthshots, and really happy that with the significance of having hydrogen as one of the first initiatives there.
I think just one thing to add is, when we look at where we need to go, some of the policies that were just mentioned, policies on the Hill, and even policies by the administration in terms of tax credits. These are tax credits that, depending on the cleanliness of the hydrogen, can add either up to $3 per kilogram, according to the legislation, depending on the cleanliness. So there are levers that can make the difference here.
Very good. So in thinking about the cleanliness or the colors, as our panel is actually titled even, let's talk about that a little bit. Should we be focused on the color, that is how the hydrogen is produced, or should we be focusing on the carbon intensity at this point? Trevor, can you weigh in on that for us?
Yeah, and I think a great way to state my position is to ask everyone on the call, or everyone listening in on the call, a question that you can ask yourself right now. What color is photocatalysis? And straight up, we don't have a good color. Anything that I try and apply is an approximation. And so we can make hydrogen from ammonia, which I've been calling green because I think it's the best, best approximation. But if you look at the definition of green, that is hydrogen from electrolysis. So I'm not sure if it's an exact fit. We can make hydrogen from methane, and we can also take the CO2 stream and turn it into a liquid product like methanol. What color is this? I'm not sure. I know that the carbon intensity is fantastically low, you know, and the cost is fantastically low, but it does not fit into the current color scheme. So I think what is more important than color is that you actually do a life cycle assessment on the overall CO2 emitted across the entire life cycle of, you know, hydrogen production, transmission, distribution. The reason why I think this is so important is we've become obsessed with this. We look at the carbon intensity of our feedstocks. We look at the carbon intensity of operating our system. And what we found is that it can change pretty dramatically. And when looking against other options for blue or green, we see that there are many, many different shades. If you capture 50% of your carbon dioxide, it is blue. If you capture 99% of your carbon dioxide, it is still blue. But the carbon intensity is very different. Green, if you are driving an electrolyzer with electricity from solar or wind or biomass, you know, just gut check, do all these things have an identical carbon intensity? The answer is no. And so there are many, many different shades of green. Some of them are very, very good. And absolutely, we should be pouring tons of money into electrolysis around those pathways. And some of them are not very good at all. And we should probably be avoiding those. But whenever you just apply blanket colors, you can't tell which shade of green you're getting, which is why we are strong proponents of a life cycle carbon intensity that takes into account all the emissions from cradle to grave.
Herman, can you weigh in on what you see globally and how this is being thought about, carbon intensity versus color, how it's produced?
No, it's a very interesting question, and right now I think Europe is in the middle of trying to figure out how they actually want to qualify their projects. I think, and the very interesting, you know, developments also in Australia, where an approach of guarantees of origin where one can attribute the carbon intensity of where this hydrogen is coming from. In Platz's view, I think when we think about what we believe will be the most effective and probably the best way to promote hydrogen as a clean solution, it's to build up the hydrogen market as a hydrogen market and build up the carbon intensity market as a carbon intensity market, so that you really get the ability when people want to use hydrogen for a reason. There's the liquidity of markets, there's the ability to trade, the ability to procure it, and at the same time have an understanding and then be able to also procure the attributes that go along with it. So those attributes could be carbon intensity attributes or just, you know, as Trevor mentioned, taking into account this sort of full carbon intensity, because, you know, even when you talk about blue, you can have blue with natural gas, you can have blue hydrogen with renewable natural gas, and those can be two very different things. So I think all eyes now are there are going to be a number of very significant European policy announcements on July 14th, but there's been a lot leading up to it. I think we are going to be paying special attention to how both individual governments decide to incentivize new clean hydrogen facilities, and as well as how the European Union is going to be doing that. And obviously Australia is another leader in this case. I think there are lessons to be learned from those regions, and I think there are ways in which the U.S. is also leading in this, and you know we're looking to also look at the LCFS in California and other pathways that are creating credits for the LCFS as being able to provide that sort of information.
Great. So I think thus far we've done a good job in kind of level setting around production, carbon intensity. Let's do our future back process that Brett talked about, and we're gonna earth shock to 2030. And so here we are in 2030. We have a low carbon, low cost hydrogen market. And so kind of the question is, how did we get here? So I want to turn that, what are the innovations that got us here? And I want to turn that question to Kathy first. And we'll hear from several of our panelists on this. Kathy?
Yeah, so first of all, I think that in 2030, we're going to see a broad mix of technology. So I think that's the first thing to recognize off the bat, is that there is no one technology that's probably going to be optimal for every single application. So I think it was Roman was saying earlier, there's going to be different winners under different circumstances. But if I think about electrolysis specifically, I think a lot of the innovations are going to be in manufacturing to really get to the lower usage of materials and lower labor to drive the capital cost down and the efficiency up. We already know that the fuel cells have gone through this pathway, and so there's a lot of learning that we can get from those processes in terms of automation of coatings, things like reduction in labor as we go to roll type processes, getting to higher efficiencies by using thinner membranes and getting rid of a lot of the expensive catalyst materials. So that's where I think the innovation is going to happen on the electrolyzer side, as well as in power electronics to decrease the cost of the rectifiers.
Daya, do you want to?
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
2030 looking down.
Yes, thank you. So to complement Kathy's and Roman, I agree, there will be multiple technologies depending on the application and the circumstances that we really have to collaborate because it's there. We need collaboration. One company, one organization will not build a hydrogen economy of a scale alone. So we need to see complementary technology and initiative together. One key part, if you're thinking about what we need to do now to get there, with the cost of electricity being the greatest cost factor in hydrogen production through electrolysis right now, innovation will have to focus on efficiency. Efficiency will be a really key for us enabler to really get there. So efficiency means efficiency of the solid oxide fuel cell with the high temperature we have and capturing any byproducts like carbon, like heat, and really repurpose those to really get almost 100% efficiency. Efficiency means that we really get also efficiency in manufacturing to get the highest reliability, the highest scale, and really get this product really to be much more reliable as old existing technology right now. So examples in Bloom, for example, we're working with Idaho National Lab where we demonstrate further increased efficiency with the input of the scheme to our electrolyzer now. We also teamed up, for example, with local in Houston, Baker Hughes, on a number of initiatives to integrate really their combined cycle compressor with our electrolyzer. So that's integration of best-in-class technologies out of the box thinking collaboration is going to drive innovation and solution in the future and get us to the hydrogen efficient economy. So this is how I think about it. 2030, what we'll be doing now to get there.
That Daya. So then let's pivot to Trevor. Can you tell us a little bit about, I mean, you've talked about your innovation at Syzygy. So you want to talk to us about what innovations do you see if you're in 2030 looking back?
So I think this is a great time to add some balance into the conversation because I see a lot of hyperbole in the markets thinking that one solution is going to dominate. And if you look at the energy mix of planet Earth today, and you look, going back 100 years, the energy mix has always been highly varied. What is it going to take? It's going to take all of us working together. There is no single technology that will dominate every application in every geography. There are going to be places on Earth where electricity is abundant and extremely low cost, and electrolysis will dominate in those areas. There are going to be areas on Earth, like there are today, where electricity isn't as cheap, and technologies like Syzygy are going to dominate in those areas. We kind of fit this niche. We use about 4 times less electricity than electrolysis, but we use quite a bit more than like a traditional SMR, for example. So this middle ground where electricity price is in the mid-range, and there's going to be areas where electricity is very expensive and they have abundant natural gas where SMR and other technologies will dominate. So all of these things working together is going to take scale. A lot of the things that we talk about with manufacturing efficiencies and R&D improvements, like these all get driven by scale. As we scale up, more money gets poured in. Scale, I think, is going to be driven a lot by government and regulatory support. So, what you see with all these hydrogen roadmaps, hydrogen policies that are coming out across the world, we need more and more of that. We need continued support. A really great allegory, I think, would be if you look at the rise of renewables, solar goes back to the 70s, and it took decades of regulatory support and subsidies before solar really started to break the cost curves. I imagine for the future clean energy economy, it's going to be quite similar. So we're starting to see that support come into play, more of that, everyone working together, and we absolutely can make this happen.
Thanks for that, Trevor. So Andrew, can you weigh in if we're again, we're in 2030. How did we get here? What innovations got us here?
Sure, thank you, Nichelle. So I would point out that 2030 is only 9 years away. So I would start, when innovation comes to mind for me, is I would say we need to start off of building off of the existing infrastructure in Houston and Texas. And it's important to note that we have hundreds of miles of pipelines today. We have many, many sources of hydrogen today. Air Liquide happens to have the world's largest hydrogen storage cavern in Port Arthur, Texas today. So I would say starting with some of that infrastructure, and then I agree with my panelists, working in collaboration, industry, working together to create an effective system of gathering and sequestering large volumes of carbon off of the way that hydrogen is made today. That would definitely be something that we would need to get there in 2030. And then just to add in one other point, I think building off of what others said, a push and pull of incentives and regulations to encourage this scale, to encourage industry to put in these huge investments to create this thriving market. We're going to need to see support in that way.
Thanks for that, Andrew. And thanks for also re-injecting Houston and the Houston region back in, because that's where we want to go next. And effectively, what are the implications then for Houston? Again, 2030, we're in 2030. Things have gone well. We've got low cost, low carbon hydrogen market. So what does that mean for Houston? Roman, let's start with you on this question.
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to touch upon what Andrew said, and it's you know, we've all talked about hydrogen production and the cost of hydrogen production. You know, the DOE's initiative is about hydrogen production, but if you go to the, you know, if you wanted to buy retail hydrogen and compare that price to the hydrogen production price, the challenge is really in another major challenge is in the distribution, the transport, and the storage, and that's going to some of the points that Andrew was saying, and that this goes into the infrastructure story, which is a key buzzword nowadays anyway, and this is really where Houston shines. It's first of all with the current infrastructure that is almost unique in the world in terms of being able to transport hydrogen. It's the availability. If you think about, you know, if we go back to the world of low cost power, I mean, if, you know, I mentioned you need zero cost power under current technologies. Well, there are times, and this is as soon as you continue to ramp up renewables, as you continue to decarbonize the power sector, there will be more and more hours of extremely low cost power and even negative cost power, which can also provide opportunities. And, you know, Texas is really at the forefront of this. If you think about what states in the US and what regions are really leading in terms of uptake of wind and solar, it's really Texas is leading there as well. So, you know, it's almost like you know, an abundance of riches where you think about which one of these great options do you go with, because these are options that many other parts of the world are not blessed with. And this is the exciting part of this discussion, because does Texas have, does the Houston region, are there low cost renewables? Sure. Is there low cost natural gas? Sure. Is there an ability to sequester the CO2? Sure. Is there even infrastructure which no one else has? Sure. So, I mean, it's an exciting place for Houston to be.
As a Houston native, that makes me very happy. Trevor, can I get you to weigh into on the same question of what does this mean for Houston and more broadly Texas?
Yeah, and so I think a good way to look at this is you know, threats and opportunities. And something that I think about a lot in this is that Houston is based around energy, and energy is a very old industry. If you look at, you know, the creation and distribution of things like fuel and chemicals, and it really hasn't changed a whole lot in 100 years. It is very ripe for disruption. There are numerous stories from the past 2 decades of industries that have been disrupted, and you have these stalwart players that have been around for decades that don't think it's going to happen quickly. I think the single biggest threat to Houston is that we don't fully embrace the energy transition, or we don't do it fast enough. We wait for the change to come before we start building the infrastructure. We wait until the change is happening. With change, you can either be affected or you can be the one controlling it. We have an opportunity right now to be the leader. And I think if we embrace that opportunity and start to deploy the infrastructure now, start to deploy the investments now, I think that it will pay off and we will affect the change, and we can keep Houston as the energy capital of the world, for the next 100 years. What does it mean for Texas? Texas is one of the strongest, the most quickly growing economies in the world. And, I think that we have the opportunity to get that 10X going here for the energy transition.
Thanks for that, Trevor. And certainly I think all the guests, the attendees are certainly hoping to do that, just jumpstart Houston's place and continuing to be a leader. Andrew, can you weigh in on the question of, what are the impacts and implications for Houston?
Sure, absolutely. And I want to build off of what Roman and Trevor said. I think Houston is off to a great head start. Roman really hit a lot of the major points, but we've got the infrastructure in place. We have the knowledgeable workforce that's worked on hydrogen for decades. We have a business-friendly city and state, which is absolutely critical. And then we hit on this. We have world competitive energy costs and access in all the different energy forms, and including, of course, renewables. So major head start. I would like to just maybe agree with Trevor that what's the threat, if we want to say opportunities and threats. We have this huge head start, but we need to be willing to adapt what we have now, and we need to be willing to work together. And we talked about that already. We have to, this is too large of a problem for just one success. We need many successes, and that requires us all pushing in the same direction and all being successful.
So pulling that thread a little further, then what are those strategic opportunities that we have here in Houston, here in the region, to really grow the hydrogen market? Dale, let's start with you. So we've talked about kind of some of the implications. All of the panelists have touched on that a bit. What are some of the strategic opportunities, things that we should be looking at?
So what we should be looking at, in my view, 3 dimensions. You have Houston, as the team mentioned here, that have existing infrastructure already. We have in Houston, the capital of the energy of the world, a strong position to decarbonize existing resources, industry expertise, location for exports. You really have the perfect place to start really growing and showing the leadership. The 3 dimensions I see is, one is policies. So we need to have policies help the scale, drive demand, drive clear regulations. That actually comes from the federal level, comes from the state level, but comes also from the local regulation level. Demonstration is another key that we can now start working on. You have different companies, different collaboration. We can start with blending of hydrogen to the existing natural gas infrastructure, eventually demonstration of leading network dedicated to hydrogen. Collaboration is the 3rd dimension that, like the whole team and we all mentioned, one company, one organization will not build this hydrogen economy standalone. So we need to seek the complementary technologies initiatives. So policies, demonstration, collaboration, I think will be the way to really build it and really initiate it in a significant way and lead the way towards the future of energy around the globe as well.
Kathy, can you weigh in on that as well? Some of the strategic opportunities here in Houston?
Yeah, I think Dea touched on a lot of the same ones, I would say, just to maybe spin them slightly differently. I think there are opportunities kind of from along the whole product chain. So a lot of these technologies are still becoming more gaining in manufacturing maturity and scale, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities for supply chain to grow in the US. So, encouraging companies to site businesses in that area. And as Dea mentioned, also all the way up through demonstration and deployment, there's going to need to be first demonstrations to show that these technologies can meet the targets that we're setting, and then further deployment in places where it makes sense, which Houston being one of them with the existing solar and wind and hydrogen infrastructure. It makes a lot of sense to start siting a lot of hydrogen generation there.
Very good. Trevor, you have additional things to add there for the strategic opportunities?
I mean, I'm probably just going to be taking a victory lap and repeating what everybody else said, but I think that there is value in it. Like Houston has an enviable, access to renewable energy. It's got enviable access to natural gas and chemical infrastructure. We are quite uniquely positioned on the entire planet in our ability to make this happen. I'm starting to see, real excitement from the local government, the city of Houston. I'm starting to see real excitement from industry and embracing this change. The opportunities are huge. Not only that, we have incredible access to talent, around how to work with and move hydrogen and produce hydrogen. We have incredible access to trade, probably more than anywhere else in the US. Our ability to make hydrogen here and ship it out to the rest of the world is very high. The potential that we are looking at is enormous. And so, now's the time. We're excited. Two other things I'd like to call out are, Daya mentioned, demonstration. And, to anyone on the call, and pardon for the shameless Syzygy plug here, to anyone on the call that would help Syzygy, demonstrate our technology at a scale in Houston, like now is absolutely the time to talk to us. We want to help enable this transition, and this is a huge opportunity for both of us. And then finally, complementary technologies. When you look at what hydrogen can go into, ammonia, methanol, things like this, the chemical infrastructure, the refining infrastructure here to make use of that hydrogen is also exceptionally high.
And if I can just piggyback on something Trevor said, I think the exciting thing is that Houston can really be a leader here. And the way we look at it at Platts is they can be a leader in hydrogen markets. I mean, the entire world is asking, okay, well, we get this. We're trying to figure out how to engage, but there's, when will a real kind of open, transparent market start? And Platts is working towards providing information in that space. Houston has all the pieces to be the first kind of really open, transparent, traded hydrogen market. And to the points that have been made otherwise is like, this has every potential to be a global market. This is, there is the potential to ship hydrogen, ammonia, pick your medium, and there would be demand for this. So it's there's real, in our view, there's real opportunity for Houston to be a world leader in terms of developing these sort of transparent global markets.
And let me put one more thing out there. When you think about natural gas, you think about the Henry Hub. When you're buying ammonia, you do it based off the Tampa price. If we move now, when people talk about hydrogen, they could talk about the Houston price. And we have the opportunity to do that.
That's great. That's great. So now let's think about what it takes to get there, a step further. We talked a lot about cross-cutting kind of initiatives already to this point. There's policy kind of on all levels, federal, state, local. There's, whether that's tax incentives, like other incentives and credits that could be put in place. We talked about infrastructure and the needs that are there. Workforce has been mentioned. So now we were in 2030, we did our future back. Let's come, 9 years, let's come back and say, so what does that mean for right now? Especially thinking about those cross-cutting initiatives, those things that require the collaboration that you've all spoken about to actually achieve this low-cost hydrogen market in Houston. So first, let me actually, I want to ask you all that question. And Kathy, I think I'll start with you.
Sure. So I think some of the tax credits are extremely important to get some of these markets kickstarted. But I also think a big one that we've mentioned but not talked a lot about is the workforce development piece. So there are huge opportunities, I think, for jobs as these markets grow, both at the manufacturer and where these systems are deployed. So if I look at our current business, we employ a lot of mechanical and electrical technicians in terms of assembling the units, also people who are doing laboratory work and handling chemical processes. And then when these units are deployed, we also have service technicians and technicians on site who are managing the operation of these. And so I think, getting that training in place and figuring out how we can do that, and a lot of those skills are going to be somewhat cross-industry, will really help because we're going to have a large problem getting all the employees we need otherwise.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kathy. Certainly very important to the workforce and the economy and the employment here in Houston. Dea, can you also weigh in on the cross-cutting initiatives, be it policy, workforce, collaboration across innovators, and the like?
Yeah, absolutely. Similar to what Kathy and the team said, I mentioned the 3 dimensions. We need policies to help the scale drive demand and clear regulations. We need demonstration to show blending and really actual technology working across the board. We need to show collaboration between different technologies, the complementary technology initiatives. I think what we need to do actually is we start acting now. We need to take the action right now. We need to make sure we don't fall behind in innovation of electrolyzer and the rest of the enabler for the hydrogen economy and other technology manufacturing, because you talked about jobs, you talked about people, economy, manufacturing will go where the market is. So we really need to act now in enablement of all of those 3 dimensions, start really building it now, start really driving it now. For example, I mean, similar to what the team mentioned in Bloom, we're really driving really hard the manufacturing scalability. We're driving really the efficiency. We're driving really the fuel cell technology toward this hydrogen, carbon capture, heat capture, really zero carbon in general. So I think that really the one thing we really need to make sure it happens, and I think Andrew or Roman said it's 2030 is only 9 years away. We need to take the action now on the 3 dimension and we start acting together collaboratively.
Thanks for that, Dea. So Trevor, you want to weigh in? You've shared your passion, certainly.
I mean, they have all my fellow panelists on this have given, you know, really fantastic feedback. So to just like be quick about it, you know, we need to move now, embrace the transition, you know, workforce development, make use of existing infrastructure while also focus on building out that new infrastructure for 2030 and beyond. You know, regulatory support, don't put all our eggs in one basket. There is no silver bullet. Focus on a portfolio of technologies that can achieve low life cycle carbon emissions over just color where the life cycle carbon emissions aren't visible.
Thanks for that, Trevor. And Andrew, thinking about the cross-cutting initiatives.
Sure, thank you. So maybe one point we haven't touched on, I might just briefly talk about safety and the knowledge of the workforce and making sure that from today, right now, we keep applying industry-leading knowledge to prevent any kind of incidents that would potentially sway public opinion. I think that's always going to be important. But then my fellow panelists really talked on some key points. Bluntly speaking, we need to make the economics work. And I don't think you can do that just from a push, if we use that word, of taxes. And I don't think you can do that just from a pull of incentives. We really need a mix. Starting now, the Earthshot is a great start, by the way, but really a mix of those things, push and pull, to drive the industry and the economics to make sense. And then you'll see when economics works, you see thriving markets, that's for sure. And I think Dea said this, I really like the point about those need to be consistent over time. They can't be up and down and fluctuating. We need to see consistency of that push and pull for the next 5 years, 10 years and beyond.
Thanks for that, Andrew. So there's a lot of agreement across our panel. Roman, I'm going to turn to you. I think that's the last perspective we'll get in before our time is up. So cross-cutting, these broader things that we need to tackle now.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned it before, we kind of see our role in being able to provide both the information and the transparency. You know, if people want to be able to make investment decisions, they need to know, first of all, what are the prices going to be? Where are the likely opportunities? Where is the low cost power? Where is the low cost gas? Where are other people putting their hydrogen facilities? Where is the storage? We have we've launched a global hydrogen production asset database where we track all the announcements, what technologies are being used, and overlay that on the infrastructure system. These are the kind of decisions that that when you start putting the metal to the road or the rubber to the road, you kind of need to know all this data, all these information to be able to make these decisions well. And also to understand the competition, because in many ways we haven't really mentioned it yet, but if we think about what hydrogen can provide. You know, the flip side is if we go to a power conference, there's going to be power people that are going to say, well, yeah, we can do that, we can do that, we can do that. So really identifying and having the information to identify, these are the real opportunities where hydrogen has a right to win. And that's what kind of Platts and S&P Global try to provide, is the information to be able to make those decisions.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Roman, and thank you, panelists. I think we're about at time now. So I want to turn it back over to Brett. Hopefully it's been a great discussion around hydrogen production, and our guests have learned quite a bit from the discussion.
Well, Nichelle, thanks a lot. You've really crystallized what some of the main issues are. Here's just some of the things I learned from the discussion. First, this isn't going to be one winner. There's going to be many types of technologies. And I think the perspectives that we heard really from across the value chain, from electrolysis to what Syzygy is doing as a startup company, to the opportunities that we have with low-cost hydrogen from SMR. All those have opportunities for Houston. The other thing that we heard that I thought was pretty interesting was it's not just the production of hydrogen, it's really the distribution and the marketing. It's all the way down through the value chain, and we really have some opportunities in Houston because we have this huge infrastructure system really to be that low-cost provider, and that's really an opportunity that I heard. I did hear that, you know, the threat that we have is if we don't move fast enough, that the time is now, that we have to embrace this transition, that companies were going to go where the market is. And it's interesting that a lot of the companies on the last panel are not in Houston today, or not in Texas. Bloom, which started out of NASA, you know, is primarily in California, but could be in Houston. Hopefully, Dea, this will be an incentive to be here soon, because we need to embrace that vision, and hopefully we'll get you to believe where the market is. The same with Nel and electrolysis. These are places, these are companies that we need to embrace the vision that we have. And then finally, the cross-cutting opportunities, I think those are clear. The push and pull of incentives, the demonstration projects, working on workforce, and not to forget the safety issues. Those are all things that we in Houston and the Center for Houston's Future and the Greater Houston Partnership need to work on together in order to create this vision that we think the future can bring. So very good panel. Thank you very much to the panelists and Nichelle for bringing those points together. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Good afternoon, Houston. I am Dhiren Sethia, South Energy Transition and Sustainability Lead at Accenture. On behalf of Accenture, I'm excited to be here as we uncover Houston's place in the future of global energy. How we, as an industry, come together to transform Houston into the energy transition capital of the world is absolutely critical. What we are facing together is a total reinvention of our industry and our city. Reinvention means reconsidering what we do, what we stand for, how we compete, how we measure and deliver value to our customers, investors, employees, and really the society in general, all in the low carbon world. At Accenture, we believe there are no winner-take-all strategies in energy transition. We believe in an all-of-the-above approach, one that unites various business models, industries, and technologies. Houston, our journey to reinvention starts now, and Accenture will be there every step of the way.
You light our homes, keep us warm.
You help us explore, innovate, and achieve the unthinkable.
You are everywhere.
Yet, sometimes out of reach.
You move us forward and bring us together.
And together, we're on a journey towards the future of energy.
So what will it look like?
It's hard to say, but we know it will be sustainable and abundant.
We're already on our way.
With a common purpose, each of us playing our part.
At Deloitte, we're connecting every bright mind, every organization, every startup, every innovator.
Every citizen, CEO, and regulator.
Making this future happen won't be easy, so we're developing practical solutions.
And a clear roadmap to help our clients on their way.
We'll keep making those connections.
Each step well planned, moving forward together.
To make our new energy future a reality. Let's connect for a new energy future.
Houston is home to Chevron's largest employee base in the world. To sustain our region as the energy capital of the world and establish Houston as the new energy transition capital of the world, Chevron is helping to build a robust Houston innovation ecosystem. Hello, I'm Jesus Lopez, Digital Manager at Chevron. To grow this innovation ecosystem, Chevron supports Houston-based startups and collaborates with the investment community, universities, accelerators, and incubators. We believe that it is the responsibility of the region's energy industry to continue a legacy of developing innovative technologies, and Chevron will play a leadership role. Houston is the city best suited to tackle energy challenges. Houston is the epicenter of the energy industry, and Chevron is committed to advancing the region as a leader in the energy transition.
Welcome back. I'm the moderator of our last panel, which will focus on those specific areas for hydrogen deployment where Houston can potentially lead. Recently, the National Renewable Energy Lab released a study that showed that the total available market for hydrogen in the United States could potentially increase 10x from 10 million tons to over 106 million tons per year. Importantly, the NREL study shows that Houston accounts for about 5% of that total demand, and the state of Texas for about 10%. That's on par with California, which today is viewed as the leading market for hydrogen. So we should have a bright future in creating new markets for hydrogen, but the question becomes, how will those markets evolve? While today hydrogen is used primarily as a feedstock in refining and petrochemicals, NREL saw growth in mobility, particularly for those markets such as trucks and delivery vehicles where weight, duty cycles, and filling times are key. Besides mobility, there is a significant push to decarbonize the largest uses of hydrogen today, industrial production, and perhaps new applications like steel, cement, and glass are all industries that will need hydrogen to decarbonize. In addition, there could be a role for hydrogen in solving very long duration energy storage and renewables intermittency. And perhaps, as we've heard, Japan and Europe could become large import markets for hydrogen or ammonia made from hydrogen, given their large decarbonization goals and the inability to produce enough hydrogen domestically. And lastly, given hydrogen's high energy density, aviation is increasingly considered a potential market both in airplanes and commercial drones. Given all of these potential uses, I'm pleased to have a great panel of experts to help us think about the future and determine what to do to create it. So I'd like to introduce my panel. First is Neva Espinoza, Vice President of Energy Supply and Low Carbon Resources at the Electric Power Research Institute. Michael Lewis is Senior Engineering Scientist at University of Texas. Brian Rapp is Vice President of Business Development at Texas Brine Company. Pradeep Venkaraman is Senior Manager of Investment and Business Development of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Brian Weeks is Senior Director of Business Development at Gas Technology Institute. And finally, Katie Zimmerman is Business Development Manager, Energy Transition at the Woods Group. Thank all of you guys for joining us. So let's play the game one more time and assume that it's 2030 and the United States is on its way to meeting its goal of a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 2005 levels. And Houston is now the hydrogen capital of the world. So what did you see as the major inflection points that led Houston to becoming the hydrogen capital of the world? Who wants to start? Brian Weeks, maybe you.
Sure, thanks, Brett. And first of all, let me just say thanks to the Center for Houston's Future and to Chevron and all the other sponsors for hosting this very important 3-day discussion. And I'm honored to be part of this and look forward to the discussion that we're going to have here. So to address your question, that what are the major inflection points to get us to where we are today? I don't want to spend too much time talking about the history of hydrogen and how we got here, but really the thing that's really beginning to change is we're talking about hydrogen as an energy storage solution rather than just as a niche transportation fuel or as a niche power fuel. And because we're looking at it as an energy storage solution, it lends itself to much larger scale. Which then drives change. It drives technology and it drives costs lower as well. But there's a couple of other things I want to mention that since we're looking at 2030 and we're looking back, a couple of things that maybe haven't fully happened that need to happen is looking at the energy system as an integrated energy system, not in different silos or just looking at supplies and specific applications, but looking at a more integrated approach to energy that will help us achieve decarbonization goals. And the last thing, which really needs to happen, and I see happening, just people talk about it, but it's not where we need to be yet, is price transparency. Price transparency needs to happen so that we can unleash the financial guys to develop new products and services to give pricing certainty and help establish the demand and supply for hydrogen. I'll stop there and hopefully
great.
touch on some of these as we go on.
Neva, I might go to you because you have a broad project looking at the future. Do you have some thoughts on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I put some thought into kind of enablers that really make that difference, that shifts Houston there. And I came up with kind of 4 key things, and we can explore what they are through the conversation today. But one is the adoption of an industrial cluster model, which Houston is already very strong on. I'm sure we're going to have conversation around that throughout the day. The second is leveraging the innovation that's currently already ongoing around Houston, I think is critical. The third is very openly accepting that hydrogen does not have to go directly to green, right? Going blue can make a huge impact, and then you can build from there as you see fit. And then the fourth is a very intentional focus on retaining leadership, right? Houston can potentially be considered an incumbent in this space, right? You're already very, very strong in much of this production. You're already very strong in the industrial space. So that change through decarbonization is a very, very hard one. So having a clear focus on retaining that leadership, I think helps you get there as well. So those are my four bullets.
Okay, good, very clear. Michael, how about you? Any thoughts on this question?
Well, sure. I guess, first of all, the question was Houston a leader, Houston being a leader in hydrogen in the world, they might already be, right? From a lot of what I heard already today. So how do they continue to be a leader might be more important, or and so forth. I think we kind of are maybe at that inflection point right now. A lot of pieces of the puzzle are coming together. As you're well aware, Brett, and maybe a lot of people on the call and some of the people on this panel with me, we have a DOE-sponsored H2 at Scale demonstration project for Texas. That's going to include a large focus on the Port of Houston and what can be done in the area. But when we pulled that project together, there wasn't a lot of buzz about hydrogen in Texas. Ever since that award, things have just exploded and taken off. Is it coincidence? Is it not? It likely is not. I think there are a lot of other driving factors other than our award. But also when I think about this question, what might have been the inflection point that changed things for Texas or Houston and hydrogen? And I keep kind of coming back to trying to draw a parallel, and I don't know exactly how much of this applies, but thinking about what happened with wind power in West Texas, renewable wind power, right? How that exploded and took off in, late 90s, early 2000s. The CREZ initiative and everything, they got the transmission lines in place. And there were a lot of aspects of that, stars were aligning, right? The technology was there. People saw it as opportunity for growth in jobs and new markets. And I think all those stars are starting to align for hydrogen right now. And maybe a similar policy, right? That's probably the one thing lacking in a lot of discussions, why hydrogen in Texas and Houston. But maybe a similar parallel policy is what the inflection point is that really kicks it off, and maybe at least new infrastructure, whether it's pipelines or new production facilities. But that's kind of what I'm thinking, might be that inflection point that, when we're, 10 years from now, that might have changed everything.
Good. Okay, I'm going to go to the other Brian Rapp. Brian, you work for an interesting company that does a lot of underground storage. So you're a new player to this game. Talk about what you think the inflection points might be to create this new industry.
Sure. First off, thanks for having me. I think this is very exciting. A year or two ago, we weren't talking about hydrogen at all. It was all natural gas and other products. And now this is obviously a very big, very important topic that we're all really, really excited about. I think Houston in particular, we've got a kind of a unique blend of resources that's really unmatched anywhere in the country, maybe in the world. We've got the infrastructure already there from the natural gas standpoint. We've got the pipeline infrastructure. We've got the users. We've got the demand for both natural gas and hydrogen. We've got the port that we've talked about. And from my standpoint, we've got a unique geological formation in a lot of areas underground in Southeast Texas where we have these underground salt domes that we already store an enormous amount of natural gas and other hydrocarbons underground, and have an opportunity to store even more hydrogen than we are today. I think it was mentioned in a previous session that that in Southeast Texas, the 3 hydrogen storage caverns in the whole country are located in our region. So it's already a proven integral part to the hydrogen infrastructure today. We've got plenty of opportunities to expand on that. Both through initially blending hydrogen into natural gas, pipelines and underground caverns, and down the road converting and developing new caverns and pipelines for gaseous hydrogen. So we're really excited about it. We think that energy storage is going to be key to our future. we have an opportunity to take the power that we get from sun and wind and store it long-term underground as hydrogen and use it to create more power when needed. And we're just looking forward to the opportunity to participate in this infrastructure.
Pradeep, I might go to you next because I know that Mitsubishi has been a big player in this game already. And so tell us what you think some of the inflection points are. What do you see out there in terms of making this all happen?
Sure. So thank you very much for having me on this panel. And I appreciate all our sponsors and Central Houston for organizing this. I want to start with a joke actually that I was just telling the others before we started off is, and I'm going to steal from a former Undersecretary General at an Oxford Union that pretty much feel like the last wife of Henry VIII. You know what is expected of you, but you don't know how to do it any better than people who came before you. So this point has been mentioned several times, but I try to put some perspective in terms of numbers. As you know, as of today, 2019, as of 2021, 50% of the U.S. hydrogen production is coming from Houston or the U.S. Gulf Coast. And so we have the technology know-how, we have the experience, and we have the resources to build on this. The inflection point in terms of this, I think one of the things that Brian Weeks already brought up is the integration of energy systems. That is one of the major inflection points that would happen. One of the sectors that doesn't get talked about much in terms of hydrogen usage is the aviation sector. So if you look at Houston itself, it's a big hub for United, and United in April committed towards sustainability. And a lot of sustainable aviation fuel, hydrogen is going to be an input for sustainable aviation fuel. In fact, MHIA has invested in companies that produce sustainable aviation fuel and diesel too. So hydrogen in some form is going to be part of the energy mixture, if not directly. The other things are definitely, we have one of the biggest ports and, somewhere along the lines of Port of LA, Port of Houston decides half of its drayage trucks. So this is hypothetical. I'm in 2030, and I'm talking, thinking backwards. Half of the fleet goes hydrogen. That's the overcoming a certain utilization threshold, establishing ourselves as the hydrogen producers as well as users, not only in the industrial sector, but also in other sectors like transportation. And already in power generation, I think there are several projects that MHIA is doing worldwide. The one other point I wanted to bring up is most of the companies that are along the US Gulf Coast have a large global footprint. And so, we are involved in projects around the world. And learning by doing and bringing that learning, we can actually accelerate. So the inflection might have already happened in terms of getting started. How it accelerates remains to be seen.
Great.
Thank you.
So Katie, I know you've been thinking a lot about this, and we've heard a lot of different perspectives. How would you summarize all this? Give me your perspective on this.
Well, I'll piggyback off of what Neva said. I know anybody that's talked to me about this before has heard me joke about we need to rebrand ourselves as H2 Town. But really, like the concept of an industrial cluster where we focus on lower carbon hydrogen, not getting hung up on, is it blue, is it green? Look at our existing infrastructure, see what can we reuse, what makes sense, and then what should we build new? We have 48 SMRs. We've talked about that a few times during the conference. But some of them are really old and don't really lend themselves to carbon capture. Others, it's low-hanging fruit that we should explore, and we kind of should wonder, why aren't we already doing it, right? And part of what I think goes with it is when you talk about hydrogen and going from gray to blue, CCUS automatically comes in, and thus the industrial clusters. And so like Dr. Friedman talking about Net Zero Teesside, Humber Zero, a lot of these are projects that Wood's done the engineering for. So we can say we've looked at the scale And our CCUS expert, she always tells me, she's like, you know, if you took every point source in the UK and you gathered it together, you get 140 million tons per annum of CO2 per year. Houston, we just take our top 50 emitters and we have 100 million tons per annum. So we're just scratching the surface. And I think we just really need to push for, it's bigger, it's better. It's a very Texas-sized project. And we need to use our innovation. We did the shale revolution, and this to me is the next step in decarbonization.
Well, good. Well, thanks for summarizing that. It's really interesting. I think the bigger and better and bolder, I think that's one of the themes that's certainly coming out of this discussion. I want to go back to what Pradeep talked about, because he sort of painted this vision in aviation and in transportation. Maybe 50% of the trucks, you know, just say in 2030, have now gone to hydrogen as their fuel. And aviation is another potential markets. So let's talk about this. What are the primary roles that you see hydrogen fulfilling, uniquely fulfilling in 2030? I think one of the other panelists mentioned that if we were at a battery conference, people would be saying the batteries would be fulfilling all these, you know, all these, you know, these roles. So where do we really see, if we think about it, in a very crisp way, where do we see hydrogen playing a role? Mike, maybe you could start us off on this, because I think you were the one who had the comment about, you know, the battery guys, for example.
Yeah, batteries do have their role, and we should all thank batteries because they help out in a lot of fuel cell related applications as well, right? Especially when it comes to transportation, those people still have batteries in them. But I think I would go back to kind of what Brian said early on about energy storage, right? Seeing hydrogen as a form of energy storage. I think that's kind of the role it can uniquely fill. But, you know, beyond what batteries can do, of course, right? Large scale energy storage, seasonal energy storage. You know, we, on our current project, we looked at, you know, where, how hydrogen might fit in the operations of a data center. And realized real quickly that that's seasonal storage that's needed there, relatively large amounts of it, not, you know, daily storage where batteries might excel. But yeah, I think the power sector, though, especially right now in Texas, might present a unique opportunity, right? So we're using hydrogen as energy storage for renewables, but then if you think about the electrolyzer assets, the fuel cell assets that might fit into that power grid, suddenly those become somewhat dispatchable, so you can quickly adjust your load or sources or so forth. And the political environment might be right for that right now. It could be potentially something that, you know, could get people behind expanding hydrogen infrastructure in Texas in the future. But that's where I go the energy storage route, and it can be used, you know, whatever, transportation, making power.
Okay, so maybe go to Brian Rapp. You have a bunch of those storage caverns. You know, tell me a little bit about energy storage and how do you see that working, perhaps in Texas?
Yeah, you know, I think after what we went through in February, we all wish we had more energy storage underground. You know, we do have a lot of natural gas stored underground, and we're able to put a lot of that to good use, and that helped things not get even worse than they already were. But I think we have a great opportunity to put a lot of carbon-free energy into the ground. I hate to see wind turbines being idle just because the demand is low. If we could keep them running and make that energy into hydrogen and store that until it's needed and put it to good use when the demand is there, it'll help out with the pricing, it'll help out with the supply, and you can do it in a carbon-free manner that kind of help us get to where we all want to get to by you know, 2030 and beyond. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. And I think you know, from a transportation standpoint, it's hard to envision it you know, taking over, you know, what we're already seeing from a electric powered you know, cars and trucks that are out there. But I think really on bigger vehicles, planes, ships, you know, cargo vessels, buses, things like that. A lot of the things that are using diesel or even compressed natural gas today, I think those are some of probably the bigger opportunities. Hydrogen's already being used in a lot of fork trucks and shuttles and things like that. And I think, you know, there's a really big opportunity to expand on that and get a carbon-free carbon-free fuel source into some of our bigger vessels. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go to our two think tanks, EPRI and GTI, and maybe ask your perspectives. I know you have the Low Carbon Resource Initiative, a large project to think about these roles of hydrogen. So Neva, maybe give us your perspective from EPRI, and then I'll ask Brian to give his perspective from GTI.
Absolutely, thank you. So yeah, so as you mentioned, with the Low Carbon Resources Initiative, which is a partnership between EPRI and GTI that's really looking at how do you enable economy-wide decarbonization utilizing hydrogen, ammonia, synthetic fuel, biofuels. So I think, first of all, when you think about what is the role of hydrogen and where should it fill its role, it's not just hydrogen, right? It's hydrogen and all the derivative products of hydrogen. So I know that's kind of semantics, but that's important because not all applications are going to use hydrogen in a pure form. Some may be blended, some may be some other fuel that comes from hydrogen. So that's first of all. Second of all, I think it's really important to make sure we're looking across the entire economy to see where can we be most impactful. So to me, it's the hard to abate sectors, right? There are sectors like transportation, not heavy duty transportation, but light and some medium duty transportation that are going to be electrified, right? And that's okay. There's going to be a lot of the economy that electrification is the right solution, but that alone cannot do it. Batteries, of course, cannot do it alone, right? So we need to be looking at the sectors that do not have a clear pathway otherwise to decarbonize. So those would include things like steel, aluminum, fertilizers, petrochemicals, heavy duty manufacturing, anything with high grade heating. All of those are probably good options in terms of low carbon fuels as we move forward. Will there be a role in power generation? I believe there will be, but I believe that that is more of a last carbon mile, right? I think there are other pathways that can enable you to decarbonize the electric sector right now, and then utilize that sector to decarbonize other sectors of the economy. And the last piece I would say is resilience, right? Brian, I don't know if it was you or Michael who talked about what happened in February. Obviously, resilience became a very big part of the conversation, but this is not technologies fighting technologies. There is room for all of the technologies. There is more than enough room for all of the technologies, and we need an abundance of those technologies on the table as part of the portfolio as we move forward. So those are some of my thoughts.
Okay, that's great. Maybe I'll go to Brian Weeks next from GTI's perspective. How do you see this playing out?
You know, everything Neva said, I'm in total agreement. But let me sort of step back. When we talk about, we mentioned before the integrated energy system aspect of all this. And when we look at what it takes to grow a market, to transition our energy sector, supply and demand don't typically grow in tandem, in lockstep with one another. So, for example, let me just give you a very simple example. We've done a number of projects on the West Coast and in California involving hydrogen deployment for specific applications. And every time we do a project, and these have been very important for advancing the technology, but every time we do a project, we have to identify a discrete supply of hydrogen to support new truck deployments. We're currently working on a hydrogen locomotive project in the Sacramento area. But you always have to identify a discrete hydrogen supply to go with that, to support that particular project. In Houston, we have an opportunity to leverage existing infrastructure that we can draw upon hydrogen supplies because it is already an integrated system that we can build upon, expand upon, may perhaps repurpose in some ways. But this is a sort of a simple, sort of elementary example of what we're talking about when we talk about an integrated energy system. Being able to use and redirect commodities such as hydrogen, a very important new fuel, for different applications without having to recreate infrastructure every time we need to add a particular, serve a particular customer. So I'll talk some more about that as we move forward, but that's where I see a lot of the role of hydrogen's a common denominator in a lot of these different applications. Neva mentioned these different applications where hydrogen can play a role. But those same applications can be served by other fuels. So hydrogen, as we grow that market, can begin to enter again if we're looking at this from an integrated perspective. So
good. Pradeep, perfect. Pradeep, you started this discussion about integrating these systems. I think some people call this sector coupling. So paint me a picture from your perspective on how this might play out and what are some of the applications you might see evolving.
I'm still in 2030 right now, but I want to put some perspective on the GHG emission data, right? So we're talking about reducing GHG emissions. So if you compare 2005 and 2030, if you see different sectors, as of 2019, so I'm looking at the EPA data, and 77% of the GHG emissions are coming from transportation, industry, industrial sector, and the third one is the power generation, right? But if you look at how much it has reduced over from 2005 to 2030, the power sector has actually reduced 33% of GHG emissions over this period of time, whereas transportation has done 5% and industry has done 1%. And the goal is to get 50% of total emissions by 2030. So if you think about that, the key sectors then you start thinking about is industrial and then and transportation. Now, if you look at hydrogen's unique applications, I think it will still play an important role in power because a lot of decarbonization in the power has happened because of the renewables. And what we see as Mitsubishi is the balancing of the renewables that hydrogen will play a role. But in the direct application, I think industrial decarbonization and hard to decarbonize role, as Niva pointed out, is where hydrogen will play unique roles. Hydrogen directly, or in some form of its derivative like ammonia or hydrogen-derived methanol or something like that. But you would always, hydrogen will have a play in sustainable aviation fuel, in marine fuel, as well as a large portion of industrial decarbonization, be it steel industry or steam industry. I think it's going to come from hydrogen. So those are what I see as unique roles of hydrogen, to be specific.
Okay, that's very helpful. And Katie, how about you? Where do you see this? And maybe if you could focus on this idea of derivatives, we haven't really talked that much about that. If you have a perspective on that, that may be something to add to the mix.
Well, what I've been thinking about this whole time is, we made the mention of Uri and how we were all sitting in the cold for a while in Houston. Even though our grid is isolated in an island, the hydrogen infrastructure, the natural gas infrastructure is not. So I know there was like the Warren Buffett offer if he could come in and make a new power plant. And then I know I heard some people kind of talk about, well, does it have to be natural gas? Could it be hydrogen? So what cool things can we do in Houston? What can we experiment with? And then kind of take advantage of the fact that we do have this awesome infrastructure that we could expand and build. And then we also have world-class refining, petrochemicals, and they're all big, heavy hydrogen users. So we can make a huge impact, to Pradeep's earlier point, on decreasing industrial emissions by focusing, I'll sound like Chuck McConnell, but focus on the emissions. Everybody is kind of saying we need to look at where can we make that impact? How can we do it? And if we're in 2030 saying we've come so far, I think we did that by looking at what are the bits of low-hanging fruit, and then how do we roll it out as fast as we can.
Cool.
So sorry if I didn't get to derivatives.
No, that's okay. We'll get back to it. But that's really good. So we'll let Warren know that he has a new competitor and hydrogen as the backup fuel. That'll be interesting. That would be a big, hairy, audacious goal to pull that off. That would be something we might think about a little bit more. But let's think about this idea of sector coupling or clusters or whatever we want to call it, where everything sort of works together. And we've had a couple different times where we sort of painted these pictures of what a hydrogen cluster might look like. So, let's think about this in 2030. Andy had a picture of it. I think I had a picture. Just give me your picture, Mike. What does a hydrogen cluster in Houston look like in 2030?
Yeah, it's probably a lot like it looks today, right? Houston already has a lot of the pieces in place, right? Production, distribution. I think in 2030, though, there's going to be carbon capture associated with it, right? Maybe there's more green renewable hydrogen, whether that's from wind power, solar, or what have you, or maybe newer technologies out there, like we heard about on the previous panel. So I think that would be the big difference. And then beyond clusters, I keep coming back to export for Houston as well, which we can talk about later, but you might actually be getting out of that cluster of Houston and servicing clusters around the globe. So.
Okay, cool. So let's talk about that. I mean, do we see Houston as a cluster for electrolysis, for example? Brian, Neva, any thoughts on that, or other parts of the cluster? What does this look like? Give me a picture of what it looks like, so this can be a little bit more concrete. Neva, you want to go first? Brian, Neva, go first.
Oh, Brian, you go first. I went last time. You go.
Okay, Brian, then Neva.
Typically when we think about clusters, we think of or hubs. Let's call it a hub, because I know hydrogen hubs are very much in the news right now. And we think of the physical attributes, storage, end use, supply, and distribution infrastructure all being co-located or located in a way that easily can grow the market. But in Houston, in addition to that, we have all those things in Houston. But in addition to that, and I think are very important and sometimes overlooked in the conversation, is workforce. We have a skilled workforce in the energy sector that's accustomed to working with high pressure gases, in hazardous, to make hazardous situations safe by their trained work practices and so on. We have an investment community that knows what to look for in investing in energy infrastructure. And the business community, which has a global reach. Something, again, we don't talk about is probably as much as we should, is the global reach of the Houston community. Houston is one of the most international cities, if not the most international city in the US. We don't talk about that a lot. And that gives us a global reach that, again, I think is one of the attributes that would make this area, and I speak as a Houstonian, I've lived here for 40 years, that really can be a energy transition, energy cluster for the new transition in energy.
Cool. Neva.
Yeah, so I agree with everything Brian said. I think that's fantastic. I think your workforce is a huge asset to what you have there in Houston. But I think there's something that we're kind of losing sight of a little bit, maybe in the context. Houston already is a hydrogen hub, right? You guys, a ton of hydrogen comes out of Houston. You've dedicated pipeline. You have a ton of hydrogen producers there. You're not trying to be a hydrogen hub. You're trying to be a net zero hub, a net zero cluster. And the net zero is really where that comes in. Almost everybody I talk to about hydrogen says to me, well, how much am I going to need? How much needs to be produced? What's the demand going to be? Well, the magic about industrial clusters, which are not a new idea at all, because Houston is an industrial cluster, but the magic about industrial clusters is you solve that problem from the beginning. Now, in Houston, you may oversupply and then you're a net exporter, which is great because the world needs that. But having that common goal from the beginning and creating a pathway across the value chain to hit the net zero hydrogen hub is what can make you unique. And the scale is the other piece that makes you unique. As Katie mentioned before, we see hydrogen hubs or industrial clusters popping up all over the world, right? Humber is a great example of one. If you haven't looked it up, go and Google it. There's amazing things going on there. But Houston can be so large and impactful so quickly, and it's really greening. I say greening, I don't mean greening, I probably mean bluing, but decarbonizing the supply you have and then building on top of that. So I think that's something that we just can't lose sight of.
Okay, no, fair point. I think that's a great point that we need to talk about this. We are already a hub that what we're really talking about is a net zero hub. And I want to pick up on that last point that you made and go a little bit off script and maybe just ask you guys. You talked about, accepting that hydrogen doesn't have to be all green, that it can be these different shades. And we've talked about carbon intensity. Does someone have a perspective on that? What should this look like in 2030? What's sort of the mix of technologies? Does anyone, we've talked about different technologies, these up and coming technologies like Syzygy has. What does this look like from a technology standpoint? Do all these things have a place in the ecosystem here? Pradeep, I thought you were raising your hand there.
No, I think you brought up a very point that I'm very touchy about, is the color washing. And earlier this week, I was listening into the Hydrogen Council, head of the Hydrogen Council speak. And he mentioned that the colors are for kindergarten and the numbers are for high school. And so I want to use that analogy. And as we go towards 2030, we are going to move away from the color and more towards hydrogen certification of, based on carbon intensity. Because once the molecule is in the pipeline, it doesn't have a color, right? So essentially, you would have some sort of and one point that we missed in all this conversation is you see a lot of technology companies moving from California to Texas. That's going to add to the benefit of this energy transition, because we now have a technology revolution in terms of blockchain. That's going to help make the hydrogen hub even better in terms of how you certify this, how you transport hydrogen, how you keep track of the carbon intensity. So I don't know if I'm making my point across, but the point is, at some point of time in 2030, at least, we will not be talking about the colors. We'll be talking about carbon intensity, and we'll be talking about how we, using blockchain technology, how would be changing, trading hydrogen, either exporting or consuming, along with carbon dioxide. To Katie's point, yes.
It's a really good point, because I think this point has been made a couple different times, and I don't think we've picked it up before the conference, is this idea of markets. And I know that maybe I'll go to Mike Lewis on this. You guys are working on creating a model of markets. So how do you see this, the market evolving for hydrogen? Maybe that'd be something to think about for a second.
Well, at least getting into, the aspect of the carbon intensity of it, right? Or the colors, however we want to frame that. I think Neva's point was well made, right? It's got to be kind of this, low carbon in the future, because there are many markets where, that we talk about where hydrogen can play a role, but it doesn't make sense if it's not low carbon hydrogen, right? Putting traditional SMR hydrogen back into a gas turbine, you're just, there's no point in that, right? So it has to be low carbon hydrogen for that. How do these markets evolve? There's some near-term opportunities in transportation where things make a lot of sense. But can transportation make that lift all its own for low CI hydrogen in and around the port area, right? Do other markets have to come along with that power or other industrial markets? Maybe it's marine. Those are things we're trying to take a look at with our study right now to see how that plays out.
So Katie, I'll go to you now. How do you see this idea of, markets evolving? Is this something that you've given any thought to in terms of where Houston might go in terms of starting to develop some of these, the assets that we have?
Yes, I think what I really see going forward is we're talking about being able to make that lower carbon hydrogen. And if we can do it for cheaper than a lot of other global markets, we talked earlier today about Rotterdam, Germany, Japan. A lot of international markets have plans to import. So if Houston can be the net exporter, like we are for so many other things, of this lower carbon hydrogen, I think it can produce a lot of jobs, keep the workforce here, all things that are in line with our regional goals and objectives.
Okay, so let's move on. We've already talked about, and I think it's become clear that we have lots of the assets here. We are the hub today. The question is, how do we get to net zero? Houston, the real question is, and we heard it from one of the other panels, is, how could we screw this up? What might we do wrong that would sort of take this favored position that we have? And if we look back in 2030 and say, wow, we just didn't get there, what would be the things that we ought to be worried about? What are the threats to Houston becoming the zero carbon hub? Who wants to start that? Maybe Brian Weeks, do you have a perspective
Sure.
on that?
My good friend Trevor Best in the previous panel asked the group a question, and I'm going to ask the group another question. Is our goal green hydrogen, or is our goal decarbonization? So if we get lost in the search for the perfect, we're going to overlook the good and the improved. I mean, we see this over and over in other applications. So that would be one way to get off the path. I mean, let's face it, there is a distrust for the established energy industry amongst a big part of the population. And a lot of people view our argument that using and leveraging existing infrastructure is merely a ploy to perpetuate a fossil fuel economy. Well, it's a means to achieve this decarbonization goal that many of us in the industry realize this is the best, most efficient, most dependable pathway that we can be on. And without the resources of existing infrastructure and energy players, we're not going to get there, because those are the companies, those are the infrastructure owners that have the expertise and the resources to help us achieve our overall goals. So we really screw it up if we discard that and try and rebuild from scratch.
Mike Lewis, any perspectives on how could we screw this up? What would be the things that we ought to be worried about that might stop us along this journey?
Sure, yeah. Hydrogen, it's a big opportunity for Houston right now. And really you have, only to lose if you don't get it right? If you screw this up, it's like the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl, right? Just blowing a huge unheard of lead. But I guess it could happen if Houston does not take the steps to, provide, to decarbonize hydrogen or provide a low CI version of hydrogen, whether it's purely green or blue. Many of the markets, internationally or even domestically are wanting the low CI hydrogen for, various reasons. And, like right here in Texas, just down the coast, thinking about, is Houston going to lead? Or are they going to fall behind here? The Port of Corpus Christi, your kind of competitor just down the coast, recently had an MOU where they're putting in a green electrolyzer facility, producing like 9 metric tons of hydrogen, I guess, per year with that. It's going to feed off, it's going to run off solar. They're going to have a battery facility with it as well. But now is the time for Houston to start taking such actions, whether it's carbon capture or even green electrolysis. I think Houston only has to lose here, right? They have the lead. They need to continue.
Okay, so I guess a little bit of a threat from down the coast that ought to get things going at the port. That'll be interesting to hear when we take that back. I'm going to go to maybe Brian Rapp. So you are relatively new to this. As you started to think about this market, what attracted you, your company, to get involved? And you might talk a little bit about the company just as a family-owned business, and think about how you think about taking the assets that you have and moving them into new markets.
So just real quick, we are a family-owned business where we just 5 years old this year. The family's.
Oops, I think we're losing you there.
And storing products underground for a long time. We're the biggest supplier of brine in the country. We supply a lot of chlorine producers. Another benefit to this area is there are a lot of chlorine producers around here, which gives us an opportunity to develop a lot of underground storage volume, which can be used for storing a variety of products, including hydrogen. We've kicked around hydrogen before and other alternative products, compressed air, helium, things like that. But just over the past, year, 18 months, it's really gotten a lot of steam behind it. And we've got an opportunity to take our assets, put them to good use to help out the hydrogen infrastructure that we're going to need to provide the storage for all of this to work. I think Houston's gotten an advantage over other areas of the country. This is being looked at all over the country and all over the world, as you know. But in Houston, from a hydrogen storage standpoint, we've got a tremendous amount of volume. There's other areas of the country where the salt's too deep, or it's not as thick, or it's not there at all. So they've got to look at other options for storage. We don't have those problems here, so I think we will take advantage of it. It's just we should continue to lead. We've been the energy leaders. We should continue to be the energy leader. I don't think Texas as a state is going to be quite as progressive as states like California and New York and trying to decarbonize everything, including power production, as quickly. But we don't want to lag behind those states. We want to take advantage of the opportunities that we have and the unique advantages we have, and I fully expect by 2030 that we'll be well situated to continue to lead and with this hydrogen infrastructure.
Well, that's interesting. You mentioned that other places are working on this, and this is becoming a global market. Maybe I'll ask Neva to comment on that. I mean, who should Houston be worried about? Who are our global competitors? And then also, maybe this is a co-opetition thing. Who are our collaborators? How should we be thinking about organizing this as an industry?
Absolutely. So, I come from the Electric Power Research Institute. We are in the business of collaboration, people. So, I mean, in all reality, we want to achieve a 50% economy-wide CO2 reduction in the next 10 years. That is 3 times as fast as what we've done over the past 15 years. You can't be looking at people as competitors. You have to be collaborating, right? We have to make sure we're not duplicating efforts. We have to make sure we're learning from each other. We have to make sure we're doing that right now. There is not time to fight. There's not time for fighting. There is time for working together and getting there together. So I don't think you have true competitors. I think if we're not learning from each other, we're going to fall behind.
Pradeep, any thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I agree with Neva. And I think our competitor is time. We are competing against time to meet this. I think I brought this point up before, that most of the companies here have a large global footprint. And we are going to learn from our experiences elsewhere. For example, Mitsubishi has a bunch of hydrogen projects around the globe, and those learnings can be leveraged. And to answer the previous question on threat, I think we are actually going to leverage that and go from step A to step C instead of going to step B, because we're going to learn from our experiences elsewhere. So I think it's going to be a collaboration. You can see a lot of that happening already. Mitsubishi and Texas Brine. You can see the DOE project that Mike is leading and GTI is leading. So Brian and Mike, all of us on this call, and most of us are collaborating right now in some form or the other. And so I think that the partnership, not just industry-led partnership, but also strategic investments in startups, as well as collaboration between academia and industries. We're going to see a lot of that happening over the decade, and that's the way forward.
Very good. Brian Weeks, you GTI have a similar model. So let's talk about this idea of learning and collaboration and how we leverage learning. What do you guys see from a GTI standpoint?
Well, let me just build on what both Neva and Pradeep have just said. Neva referred to this earlier in her comments, but we have a low carbon resources initiative that EPRI and GTI are leading This is every major gas and electric utility in North America and increasingly internationally have come together to try and map out a low carbon pathway for the entire country. And it's a collaboration like nothing I've ever seen in the energy industry. I mention this because we would like to include even more companies that are represented here in this group, or in this conference. Contact Neva or myself. But this is an example of collaboration. Another great example of collaboration is the work we're doing in partnership with University of Texas, Mike, and we're focusing specifically on the Houston area as a hydrogen hub, as a hydrogen cluster, if you will. And this is a DOE-sponsored project. These are the types of, and we have 15 companies who are in the Houston area or have business here that are part of this project. These are the types of collaboration that we're going to need. Things that can trip us up in Houston in particular is we need to attract more innovative emerging technology companies. You had Trevor and Syzygy on the last panel. That's an example of the kinds of companies. We need more of those kinds of companies to think that Houston is the place to go instead of other places that I won't mention. We need more. Okay, I come from an R&D organization, a research organization. We need more research. Research leads to products. Products lead to companies. Companies lead to more economic development. These are things that we don't have as much as we should in the Houston area. So I think those are some focus areas that we can improve upon.
Okay, well, you're leading into my next question, which is what needs to happen. I think you guys have started to develop a pretty good list for me. I definitely heard collaboration, and I heard that's going on with some of the work that's being done with UT, and certainly we've been part of that work as well, and at GTI and EPRI. I heard more startups. I heard we need to learn lessons from other parts of the globe, that there's a lot that we can build on. I heard about research. What are some of the other things that people see that need to happen to start to capture some of these opportunities? Who'd like to get in on that one? Katie, I haven't, I'll give you a chance to maybe chime in, and then Pradeep.
I'm so glad I have a strong opinion on this one. As an oil and gas engineer who got my degree from UT, I will say what I think we need is a big banner project that everyone can get excited about, that makes young people say, that's why I want to do engineering. That's an awesome project. I want to live in Houston and I want to work on a project just like that. I think Daniel from Chevron cracked the joke earlier. He came for 1 year, stayed for 20 and counting. My parents moved here way back in the 80s, and they joke for their 2-year assignment that's still going. So I think the trick is to get people here for those fun, exciting projects, and then they see what a great place it is and they stay. And so if we can make that happen over and over and over again, focus on decarbonization, kind of back to your earlier question, don't get siloed. Remember, collaboration is really what we're all behind, and that's how we're gonna win, and not get stuck behind Corpus or something that, you know, a Houstonian would be very offended by. So.
Great. Pradeep?
Katie, just real quick, I probably get contacted weekly about our H2 at Scale project by UT students wanting to become a part of it. So you know, fully thumbs up to the, you know, a big project that inspires, you know, young engineers or whoever.
Yeah, I'll just chime in on that one. We have 6 interns this summer, and I got over 24 resumes for those, and I was expecting to hire 1 or 2, and we ended up hiring 6 interns to work on our low carbon initiatives this summer. So there is just huge, I think, untapped asset and excitement around the next generation that wants to be part of this. And I think that is an asset. Those human assets are something that we don't talk about enough. Pradeep, I know you wanted to get on in this conversation, so go ahead.
I just wanted to say that there's an existing talent pool already that needs to be tapped in. And some of this we see happening right now. You know, the Greentown Labs and the ION coming up. I mean, these are going to, and we have RISE accelerator. So these are going to be key in developing technologies and the young minds bringing in new perspectives. That said, one more thing that's not been part of this conversation, and I'd like to stir the honest nest again here by saying that the public perception of hydrogen, right? That is one thing that needs to change. Even large part of population, when people think about hydrogen, they think about the Hindenburg disaster, right? And that kind of throws people off the conversation. How am I going to sit in a car with a hydrogen tank under me, right? Is it going to blow up? So these kind of things needs to be, there's need to be an education campaign as well. Hydrogen's been around. We have sent people to moon with the power of hydrogen, right? We have handled hydrogen for almost 50 years now, and we know how to do it safely. And so that's one thing that I think that needs to be brought up. The other thing is in terms of policy, right? I mean, there are two clean hydrogen bills in Congress right now, mostly around the production tax credits, right? And so producer tax credits. So you will see a lot of this happening, and that along with the public education, industry collaboration, startup incubation, that's the key way forward, right? So I think all those things have to be there, and we see that is happening. It's not like it's not happening. And so that, to answer the question on threats, we are not lagging behind. We have started taking steps, and we are moving in the right direction. So I'm the glass half full guy.
Good.
It's happening.
Good. So other perspectives on what needs to happen? Anyone else want to get in on that one?
Well, I would add real quick, Pradeep mentioned public education, but I think it's our government, the legislators, the guys making the rules and putting in the policies, right? The work we're doing on our project, right? I think the work that you've done, Brett, with the Center for Houston's Future, right? That work needs to be put in front of those legislators, people who will make those policies. Because, as Pradeep said, a lot of them probably don't even know what to think when they hear hydrogen, right? So just piggybacking on what he said.
Well, that gets me to my next question. And, we talked a lot about cross-cutting initiatives at the conference, and policies and training and workforce. Infrastructure are examples of those. And Mike, just to come back to you, you mentioned, I think, in passing the CREZ initiative as a shining example, I think, of where Texas did come together to be a leader in renewables. And that really took a lot of effort. So what do you see as the CREZ of hydrogen? And maybe Katie suggested one when maybe we need a big reliability project. I don't know. Just throw this open. What are some of the things that need to happen in terms of these cross-cutting initiatives? Mike, go ahead.
Very much a parallel to CREZ. Maybe it's hydrogen pipelines from West Texas to Houston, right? That support the export of green hydrogen, right? Or ultra low CI hydrogen. It would be very akin to CREZ, right? And putting in the competitive energy, renewable energy zones and building upon those transmission lines. We've actually looked at that a little bit, and it's actually more affordable, and you can ship more energy via the pipeline than you can transmission lines. So it seems to make a lot of sense. And, if that type of project were to take place, it's probably going to have a lot of the similar benefits leading to jobs in the area. Maybe there's additional value for landowners and so forth. So it could be a lot of great things, from a policy such as that. Now, where beyond West Texas into Houston, what a similar type CREZ policy could be, I guess maybe it's additional pipelines that are coming out of Houston and into the Texas Triangle to support trucking or something, right? So.
Katie, any thoughts on that? Maybe that's your big project that you're looking for. What are some of the policies or some of the other cross-cutting things that you see that need to happen here?
I think I'm going to go back to, for me, hydrogen and CCUS are linked for Houston. And a lot of people still see a lot of obstacles for CCUS at large scale. Like for offshore, we have a lot of questions on what does injection look like for Class 6 wells. There are a lot of questions that we have from a regulatory and policy standpoint, and that helps make our hydrogen lower carbon. And then to Mike, and I think it was Brian actually said earlier too, you know, talking about West Texas, anyone that's been out there, you see all the wind turbines are still a good portion of the time. So if we can utilize storage and new pipelines to help utilize the resources that we as Texas have, because we're already #1 for wind. So how can we really spread that gap and just keep dominating in that space and actually put it to good use? I think a lot of that is around new pipeline projects, new storage projects, and then continuing to push for blue on this side as well.
Good. So maybe over to Nevo. Cross-cutting initiatives, what are some of the things that need to happen to make this a reality, do you think?
Yeah, so I'll go back to kind of my first set of comments, but I think Houston should pull together a net zero industrial cluster. And I say that like it's easy, and it's not, right? First we'll take is partnerships. So you get a greater Houston area partnership, you pull in the city, you pull in the, you know, in Midtown, you guys have a great innovation district standing up. So you pull in groups from there, you pull in large corporations, right? You set those partnerships, you set your common net zero goal, you identify what are the policy frameworks we need support in to do that? And then you go and you talk about those things. What is the financing we need? And maybe we could be innovative in financing to enable it. And the last piece are what are the technologies? Hydrogen's a key piece, and CCS and electrification and batteries and long duration energy storage beyond that, right? So you pull in from different technologies, and now you've created the project that Katie's talking about in a very ecosystem type of approach where one company's waste is another company's fuel, and there's a symbiosis of magic in Houston. So I don't know, that's what I think. Yes, and Michael's clapping. You can't see him, but I can, and he's clapping, and so is Katie. So let's go with that.
Okay, well, that's very exciting. Brian, you want to add to that, or can you build on that anymore, or what do you think?
All I want to say is let's bring Neva to Houston. I think she's going to be a great cheerleader. We need her on our team here. So, but no, I think pretty much everything's been said that needs to be said. I as a technology guy, I will say, I guess one other thing. Okay, I've always got something else to say. So, in my part of my checkered past, I was a regulatory manager at one of the big energy companies, and there are a lot of subtle obstacles that we don't talk about very much for introducing hydrogen into the larger infrastructure. And because there's not a direct connection between hydrogen and profits, a lot of the existing players that lobby our legislators and so on don't really focus on lowering these subtle obstacles. Things like pipeline tariffs, regulatory rules for open access for pipelines, things of that nature that can lead to again, greater or easier transport of hydrogen or better price transparency, things of that nature. Those are that's an area that's, again, it's hard to put your head around, but it's an area that's very, very important to grow this industry. Whether we're talking about just hydrogen or CO2 sequestration, which goes hand in hand with blue hydrogen, we need to begin to figure out what these regulatory barriers are and start dismantling them. That's going to be a very important, but boring, eye-glazingly boring part of what needs to happen to make this industry move forward.
Okay. Well, you guys have given me a lot of great thoughts and maybe some things to do for the next, I guess, maybe 10 years as we start to try to build this from collaboration to research, coming up with that big, audacious, hairy goal. We need our moonshot in Houston to make this all happen. So I really want to thank this panel. It was a really great discussion. I think I learned a lot from all of you, and I really do, in the spirit of collaboration, look forward to working with all of you to make this happen. So thank you for being here, and thanks for being part of this. And why don't we take a quick break, and just to finish up today's session, we'll have two exciting speakers, Lizzie Fletcher and Jigar Shah. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Good afternoon, Houston. I am Dhiren Sethia, South Energy Transition and Sustainability Lead at Accenture. On behalf of Accenture, I'm excited to be here as we uncover Houston's place in the future of global energy. How we, as an industry, come together to transform Houston into the energy transition capital of the world is absolutely critical. What we are facing together is a total reinvention of our industry and our city. Reinvention means reconsidering what we do, what we stand for, how we compete, how we measure and deliver value to our customers, investors, employees, and really the society in general, all in the low carbon world. At Accenture, we believe there are no winner-take-all strategies in energy transition. We believe in an all-of-the-above approach, one that unites various business models, industries, and technologies. Houston, our journey to reinvention starts now, and Accenture will be there every step of the way.
You light our homes, keep us warm.
You help us explore, innovate, and achieve the unthinkable.
You are everywhere.
Yet, sometimes out of reach.
You move us forward and bring us together.
And together, we're on a journey towards the future of energy.
So what will it look like?
It's hard to say, but we know it will be sustainable and abundant.
We're already on our way.
With a common purpose, each of us playing our part.
At Deloitte, we're connecting every bright mind, every organization, every startup, every innovator,
every citizen, CEO, and regulator.
Making this future happen won't be easy, so we're developing practical solutions.
And a clear roadmap to help our clients on their way.
We'll keep making those connections.
Each step well planned, moving forward together.
To make our new energy future a reality. Let's connect for a new energy future.
Houston is home to Chevron's largest employee base in the world. To sustain our region as the energy capital of the world and establish Houston as the new energy transition capital of the world, Chevron is helping to build a robust Houston innovation ecosystem. Hello, I'm Jesus Lopez, Digital Manager at Chevron. To grow this innovation ecosystem, Chevron supports Houston-based startups and collaborates with the investment community, universities, accelerators, and incubators. We believe that it is the responsibility of the region's energy industry to continue a legacy of developing innovative technologies, and Chevron will play a leadership role. Houston is the city best suited to tackle energy challenges. Houston is the epicenter of the energy industry, and Chevron is committed to advancing the region as a leader in the energy transition.
And now we turn to federal policy. In order to make the energy transition succeed, we need well thought out and deliberative policy. So it's my privilege to introduce the first of two speakers who will provide concluding comments about how federal policy can support the energy transition, and specifically potential policies supporting clean hydrogen. We'll start with Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, who represents Texas's 7th Congressional District. She's keenly interested and involved in energy issues, and in the 117th Congress, she serves on the Energy and Commerce Committee and the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. Representative Fletcher, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad to be with you this afternoon. I'm really glad to join you here. I'm up here in Washington, and I'm glad to share my insights on what we see up here from the capital of the United States to the energy capital of the world. And just as I've been glad to visit with Bobby and others who've been working on the strategy that's being shared over this conference, I'm really glad to talk a little bit about what I'm seeing here in Washington and the work that we're doing that's going to help shape the energy future for our country, our community, and our planet. Our energy future is very much on the minds of lawmakers here in Washington and of our neighbors around the country. So it's vital that the energy capital of the country and the energy capital of the world takes the lead in developing sound, forward-looking policy, technology, and leadership. And that's why I'm so glad to be part of this conference and of the work that you all are doing. This conference's focus must be Houston's focus now and into the future. And the good news and the message that I think you've all heard over the last few days is that Houston is well positioned to lead the energy transition to a cleaner, more efficient, more sustainable, and lower carbon world. We must, and we can. When Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm made her first official visit as the Energy Secretary, she came to Houston. And she came to Houston for a reason. And I spent the day with her, and I told her then what I will tell you now, something I hope we all actually already know. Houston has the unique and deep energy expertise, the culture of innovation, and the will to lead our country into our energy future. So I'm talking to y'all from Washington today, and here in Washington, the Congress and the administration are focused on addressing climate change and its impacts with passion and urgency. As my colleagues from the West Coast are experiencing 115-degree temperatures in their homes, and talking to some of them, they don't even have air conditioning. Colleagues from coastal areas are battling sea level rise. There are so many manifestations of climate change before us, and climate change and its impacts are topics of conversation daily. And the conversation is about what to do about it. So the Congress and the administration are focused on doing something, and Houston must be too. And as the Greater Houston Partnership has rolled out in this strategy, doing something can allow Houston to demonstrate our commitment, our collaboration, our creative thinking, and how we solve problems. But most experts agree that global demand for energy will continue to grow. So the questions before us are, what are the fuel sources we're going to use? What does the energy mix look like into the future? And importantly, who do we want to produce the energy that we use? Now, in Houston, we know a lot about producing energy, and we also know how to produce energy, cleaner energy on our shores and off our shores. And that is a deep history and expertise that we bring as we talk about what the energy mix looks like going forward. And I think it's a real opportunity for collaboration and creative thinking. And what we're seeing here in Washington is an interest in making investments in technology that will make a difference over time, and also implementing sound policies to get some really big projects like carbon capture and hydrogen, as you mentioned, off the ground, and really allow companies to plan for their use in the future. So as the center of energy expertise and experience in the country, Houston isn't only well positioned to lead in the energy transition and chart the course for our energy future, we're also very well positioned to gain from these large investments that we're talking about in Washington. And at least one of them, I'm sure you have heard of now, which is the American Jobs Plan. President Biden has outlined his vision for rebuilding our country's infrastructure in the American Jobs Plan. And Congress is hard at work developing the legislation. In fact, just this morning, the House of Representatives passed the first part of the broader infrastructure plan, the Invest in America Act. And this bill makes transformational investments in our roads, bridges, transit, rail, and wastewater and drinking water infrastructure. It lays the groundwork for our bigger and broader infrastructure goals. The American Jobs Plan is all about creating economic opportunity and creating jobs, investing in American industry in a way that ensures our country continues to lead the world. And in Houston, that means investing in energy. In his blueprint for the American Jobs Plan, President Biden builds on the work that we did in the last Congress to deploy the next generation of energy technology. In the last Congress, we passed several provisions in the Energy Act of 2020, which was included in the year-end appropriations bill that was signed into law. These provisions support critical research and development of technologies we need for our energy future. It included, for example, the Fossil Energy Research and Development Act, legislation I helped lead with my friend from Fort Worth, Congressman Mark Vesey, to expand research and development of large-scale demonstration of carbon capture utilization and storage technology. Investing in carbon capture technology is critical to our future and addressing our environmental challenges. It's also an area where you find a lot of bipartisan agreement. So there's a lot of excitement around carbon capture. And we also included grant funding to continue the important work of modernizing the use of fossil fuels, including reauthorized funding for the Department of Energy's Advanced Research Project Agency of Energy, or ARPA-E, to help advance high potential, high impact technologies in the early stages of development. All these are going to be critical components for building our energy future and making sure that energy producers here in Texas have the resources and support that they need to continue to lead the world when it comes to energy. And these serious federal investments will develop critical technologies that we will rely on in our energy mix into the next century. We see those reflected in the American Jobs Plan. The plan invests in hydrogen demonstration projects with a new production tax credit, supports large-scale sequestration efforts, and reforms and expands the 45Q tax credit for carbon sequestration projects to make it easier to use. It includes $180 billion investments in our nation's R&D capabilities into the technologies of the future, $35 billion of which will be targeted to the full range of solutions needed to achieve technology breakthroughs that address the climate crisis. $15 billion of the $180 billion will be targeted specifically to demonstration for climate R&D projects, including utility scale energy storage, carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, advanced nuclear, rare earth element separations, floating offshore wind, biofuel, bioproducts, quantum computing, and electric vehicles. And additionally, the American Jobs Plan looks to launch another advanced research project agency, this one an ARPA-C for climate, to develop new methods for reducing emissions and building climate resilience, as well as expanding across the board funding for climate research. And there's some really good examples here of how Houston is poised to really take advantage of these projects. Houston's already home to 48 plants that extract hydrogen from natural gas, and it produces more than 1/3 of the United States supply of hydrogen. Experts have concluded that it is important for the US to scale up technologies and bring down costs to enable hydrogen to become more widely used. And we also have a ready-built infrastructure ready to lead in this space. A hydrogen hub requires midstream infrastructure to transport it that hasn't been built out anywhere in the country except in Houston. And this is exactly the kind of thing that we were discussing with Secretary Granholm when she made her visit to Houston. So I think it's a great example of the kind of forward-looking, collaborative, and innovative work that we are doing and can continue to do in Houston in meeting the challenges in front of us. And there are a few other things about the bill that I think are important for y'all to know about in the American Jobs Plan. First is that Congress aims to establish a national climate bank. It's the first of its kind to help cities, states, and communities and companies have a resource to draw from as we move forward. The bank will mobilize public and private investments to provide financing for low and zero emissions technologies, climate resiliency, and building energy efficiency. It will also focus on grid modernization and the delivery and deployment of transmission systems to get power to market. Houston, with its energy expertise, is primed to take advantage of this program. In the last few years, we've seen many promising startups either form or move to Houston for our workforce, expertise, and geographic advantages. Second, Congress is also looking at instituting a nationwide clean electricity standard, CES. And that requires all retail electricity suppliers to obtain 100% of their electricity from clean energy sources by 2050. Now, there are currently 3 different versions of clean energy standards that Congress is considering, and all would have a significant impact on energy markets. 2 of the bills contain provisions for the incorporation of natural gas as a clean fuel under the proposed standard, and one of them is bipartisan. Third, there is a real interest in carbon capture transmission. President Biden has pushed for the build out of infrastructure necessary to transport CO2 from where it's captured to where it can be utilized in manufacturing or safely and securely sequestered in underground storage. My colleague from Fort Worth, Mark Vesey, has introduced the SCALE Act to incentivize this development. The SCALE Act would establish a carbon delivery demonstration center similar to existing carbon capture test centers to support R&D of the midstream and downstream carbon capture sector. It would also provide low-cost interest and low-interest loans and grants through the Department of Energy for deployment of carbon transportation projects and pipelines, serving in hubs like Houston that will store and process CO2 from multiple carbon capture facilities. The bill would also amend the EPA permitting process for storage wells to provide an expedited process and provide grants to states to get their own permitting departments up and running. As companies across our region continue to identify more opportunities to advance cleaner energy technology, to lower emissions, and to continue to supply energy to the world, Houston is well positioned to benefit from the vision that's put forward in the American Jobs Plan. And for me, representing the energy capital of the world, there are few more important things I can do in Congress than help lead this conversation about our energy future. Protecting our environment and ensuring that our region and our country continue to lead the world in energy while also reducing emissions, creating sound policy that supports these goals. It's not only good for Houston, it's right for Houston. And as we work to develop sound policy that's guided by data and science and goals that are set out by industry experts, goals that don't change based on the administration, don't change based on who's in Congress, but are policies that we can come together and build a consensus that will allow those in the industry to plan and allow all of us to have confidence that we have a plan going into the future to meet our energy needs and our climate goals. To do that, we need your help. We need your ideas, we need your leadership, and we need you to show that the people who are living and working in Houston are the partners that our neighbors around the country and indeed around the world need. I'm so honored and proud to represent Houston in the United States Congress, and I'm so excited to work together with all of you as we do this important work. I'm delighted to see the introduction and to be a part of the Greater Houston Partnerships Conference today, and excited about so many of the things that we've learned. So I look forward to continuing to work together and to make sure that Houston remains the energy capital of the world. Thanks so much for having me, and I look forward to seeing you all in person very soon.
Well, thanks, Congressman Fletcher, for those great remarks. We really look forward to working with you. Before we welcome our last sponsor, we'd like to recognize our last speaker. We'd like to recognize our sponsors for all the support they've given us. So we'll be right back with Jigar Shah to close out the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the Greater Houston Partnership and Center for Houston's Futures presentation of the Future of Global Energy, presented by Chevron. Please join us in thanking the following conference sponsors for the support of this event and dedication to strengthening Houston's role in leading the energy transition. The Future of Global Energy presenting sponsor, Chevron. Our Day 2 Reinventing to Lead the Energy Transition sponsor, Accenture. The Day 3 Creating Houston's New Hydrogen Economy sponsor, Deloitte. At the gold level, the 23rd World Petroleum Congress, Bechtel Oil, Gas and Chemicals, BP America Inc., ConocoPhillips, Ernst & Young LLP, ExxonMobil Corporation, Halliburton Labs, RSM US LLP, Sempra Energy, Shell Oil Company. Today's silver sponsors: Baker Tilly US LLP, BDO, Burns & McDonnell Inc., Calpine Corporation, CenterPoint Energy, Cheniere Energy Inc., Cognite, McDermott, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Pasadena Economic Development Corporation, Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman LLP, Tudor Pickering Holt & Company. Our bronze level sponsors: Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, Energy Corridor, Haynes and Boone LLP, Slalom, Targa Resources Corporation, and Conference Information Card Underwriter, PNC Bank. Thank you as well to the following partners for their support in making the future of global energy possible. Strategy partner, McKinsey & Company. Executive production partner, Ward and Ames Special Events. And transportation partner, Metro. The Greater Houston Partnership would also like to thank its 2021 signature sponsors. These sponsors provide generous annual commitments that support the partnership in delivering hundreds of events, business resource groups, and meetups to its members. Center for Houston's Future event and programs throughout the year are made possible in part by generous ongoing support from our annual sponsors. The Greater Houston Partnership and Center for Houston's Future would also like to extend a special thank you to their respective board members and member companies for their ongoing dedication to advancing the partnership and center's missions. We would also like to acknowledge members of Houston's Consular Corps for their work in positioning Houston as a great global city and strengthening international business relations across the world. Finally, we acknowledge the elected officials that represent the Greater Houston region at the local, state, and federal level for their leadership and commitment to our region. Please join us in thanking all that have made the inaugural Future of Global Energy possible.
And so next we turn to the view from the administration and the U.S. Department of Energy. Jigar Shah is currently director of the Department of Energy's Loan Program Office, but many of you may know him as a venture capitalist and energy visionary. He most recently was co-founder and president of Generate Capital, where he focused on helping entrepreneurs accelerate cutting-edge decarbonization solutions. Jigar was one of the first to see the true potential of hydrogen, and he helped build Plug Power into a hydrogen success story. He also founded SunEdison, a company that was an early pioneer in new models of solar financing. Jigar, it's great to see you again.
Thanks for having me. This is great. I really want to thank you for giving me this forum and this opportunity to talk to all of you, and thanks for bringing all of us together. The Loan Programs Office it has been in place since 2005, when it was created by the Energy Policy Act of 2005 by Senator Pete Domenici. I think when you think about the role that it has played, it is sometimes overlooked around how much of a catalyst it's really been. When you think about some of the success stories that it's had over time, it invested less than $5 billion into early solar and wind projects. And today, since those projects have been approved, over $1 trillion has been invested into utility scale solar and wind projects using very similar models to what we approved in 2010 and 2011. The same thing's true for Tesla. When you think about the critical loan that the Loan Programs Office supplied early in its most important period of its time, over $1 trillion has now been invested into the electric vehicle supply chain and electric vehicle manufacturing space since we made that investment. So when you think about the catalytic impact that the Department of Energy hopes to play, it's quite substantial. Today, the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office has over 130 folks who work in our office, both DOE employees and contractors. We have $46 billion of remaining capacity. This is spread across renewable energy and energy efficiency, nuclear power, fossil energy, and the Advanced Technology Vehicle Manufacturing Program, which is where electric vehicles and battery manufacturing and critical minerals is covered. And then we separately have $2 billion in the Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program. The goal of the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, as I described earlier, is to really be a bridge to bankability. When you think about what the commercial sector really wants to fund, yes, they want to fund things where they're going to make a compelling rate of return, where they're going to make their money back over time. They don't necessarily want to be first in line to invest in innovative technology. But the other harsh truth of the matter is they also want to be able to do a deal over and over and over again. So they don't really want to do one good deal. They want to make sure that that good deal is also spread over a number of projects over time so they can leverage the fantastic learnings that they have from the first project into more. And so as a result, there are many technologies from green and blue hydrogen to carbon sequestration and storage to many others that frankly just are not that compelling to the commercial sector. And so when you think about the role that our office plays is really in getting that first, second, third project funded. And then we hand them off to the commercial debt markets where we believe that they would be better served. On hydrogen, what's interesting is that we've been at this for a long time. The hydrogen industry is a $120 billion a year business. It is not a startup business. It is something that's been around for a very, very long time. Now, the vast majority of hydrogen is produced directly from fossil fuels, directly from natural gas in particular. But there are many approaches that have been used for decades. For instance, green hydrogen via electrolyzers was used commonly by Norway starting in the 1940s and 50s. Today, that technology is quite cost competitive. You can generate hydrogen from that technology at $6 to $7 per kilogram. And as the secretary announced with the Earthshot initiative, we have a pretty direct pathway to getting below $2 a kilogram and approaching $1 a kilogram by 2030. And so when you think about all of the resources that we're putting into this and all the resources that have already been invested, remember we had a big focus on hydrogen in the early 2000s from the Department of Energy, and a lot of those research grants have really borne fruit. So our office today has received 3 big applications, and those applications are being considered and under due diligence, and so we'll see which ones get through the office. But we're starting to see a lot of commercial activity in the hydrogen space. And so the real question is, what's the point, right? What's the point of pursuing hydrogen? Because I think a lot of folks are unsure around whether hydrogen is essential to the decarbonization vision of the president. And there, I would say that we're not unclear here. When you look at hydrogen being a $120 billion industry today, just decarbonizing the existing $120 billion industry is a massive opportunity, not only for decarbonization, but also to create jobs in the United States of America and deploy the technology that we invented over the last few decades. The other thing that we should talk through is the essential nature of hydrogen. So when you think about the $120 billion business today, hydrogen is used, yes, in the oil refinery business, but also in producing ammonia, also in producing essential chemicals. There are many applications for hydrogen, not just as a long duration storage technique. I think there are many folks who get confused that what we're really going after is producing hydrogen from solar and wind, which are often variable renewable energy resources, and then returning that power back to the grid. But in fact, what we're seeing are business models where you remove the excess power that may have been curtailed otherwise, because the power is being produced when power prices are low or power prices are negative. But instead of actually returning that hydrogen back to the grid, a lot of that hydrogen is actually being diverted into these other essential services like ammonia, like chemical production, et cetera. And so what you're really seeing is that when we have an excess of electricity generation capacity in this country, we would be producing hydrogen at low electricity prices and then selling that hydrogen into other industrial markets. The other opportunity that we have is co-products. So there are many companies who have figured out ways of breaking up methane in much more environmentally friendly ways into carbon and hydrogen. And so now you've got carbon, which you can sell into carbon black markets, you can sell into other markets, but then you have very low cost hydrogen that comes out of that process that can be made into these other processes. And then the last large area that we're seeing a lot of enthusiasm in is co-firing hydrogen into natural gas plants. And so when you think about what that looks like, is you're looking at extending some of the life of natural gas plants, but you're also seeing ways in which we decarbonize these natural gas plants, and so that they can actually provide essential services to provide resiliency and backup power for the grid, which, as we know, has been quite essential as the climate continues to change. And so when you think about the ways in which the Department of Energy is supporting hydrogen, we have a hydrogen office, we have the Earthshot initiative where the first applications are due on July 7th. And then we have the Loan Programs Office that is absolutely supporting many of the commercial applications. I think when it comes to Houston and the extraordinary work that people are doing in Houston, I think there is a huge amount of supply chain that we have to talk through, right? So it's not just around the production of gray hydrogen and converting that into blue hydrogen or pink hydrogen from nuclear power or green hydrogen from electrolyzers. I think we're also talking about exports of hydrogen to important applications around the world. I think we're talking about turning that hydrogen into essential chemicals like methanol, where many maritime organizations and ships have now decided that methanol is a primary pathway by which they want to decarbonize their supply chain to meet the International Maritime Organization's requirements around moving away from tar and from other unhealthy fuel burning. And then I think when you think about other applications like ammonia, we import ammonia into this country. We are only the 5th largest producer of ammonia in the world. And so as the president continues to beat the drum of bringing back jobs into this country and reindustrializing our country here, I think hydrogen plays an essential role in that as well. So with that, what I would say is that the Department of Energy is all in. We're all in on making sure that we produce the jobs here. We're all in on making sure that the expertise in the oil industry, the natural gas industry, in many of our energy industries is used to be part of this decarbonization vision. I think there are many folks who believe that as we modernize our economy and create less carbon, that this is going to be a place where we are going to create winners and losers. And while that may happen in isolated cases, the vast majority of our workers will be needed. Their expertise will be needed in the future economy. And so we're committed to figuring out how we actually inspire the corporations that they work for, as well as the workers themselves, to think big. Think bigger about what your technology can be used for, what technology we have at the Department of Energy that can be licensed and commercialized by your companies, and how we might partner with the public sector, including the Port of Houston, the city, the surrounding areas, to make sure that a lot of this infrastructure can be built using a public-private partnership, not only using the grants that the Congresswoman talked about, but also using loan products, guarantee products, and other products to make sure that all of this infrastructure gets decarbonized in a way that's cost-effective, but also in a way that creates wealth for entrepreneurs and corporations alike across the entire spectrum. And so as we continue to show American leadership, I think hydrogen is going to be a place that's very important. One last point I wanted to make is that Incubators are very important. And when you look at the incubators that are already in Houston, they play an extraordinary role in making sure that it's not just large corporations that lead in this area, but it's also entrepreneurs who have fantastic ideas that are supported. And those ideas, and with that support, we're actually making sure that we continue to create this job creation and in some cases disruption into our industry so that we're remaining on the cutting edge of both technology and the economy. And so with that, I want to thank everybody for their participation in this event, but thank everybody for their aggressive work in the energy transition. This is not going to be an easy thing to do, but it requires the best, the smartest people to actually spend time thinking about what is the right way to do this? What is the right way to engage government? How do we make sure that the government is spending money in ways that are supporting your efforts and not just putting money into ideas that may have been tried in the past, but have not resulted in the outcomes that we want. So we want your feedback, and we want to make sure that what you're doing is actually being watched and heard in all of the decisions that we're making. So please engage, please participate in the programs that we have, and understand that the technology really is there. What we're doing is unlocking the learning curve. That yes, hydrogen may be at $6, $7 a kilogram from electrolyzers today. It may be at $3 or $4 a kilogram from blue hydrogen approaches today. But as we deploy technology, just like we did in solar, wind, lithium-ion batteries, and electric vehicles, that we are going to unlock trillion-dollar markets, and we will achieve cost parity, which will then be technology that we can export to create wealth around the world. With that, thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to hearing from all of you.
Well, thanks, Jigar. Thanks for those great comments. As Jigar just mentioned, just a few weeks ago, the Department of Energy released its Earthshot Initiative, a program to establish big, audacious goals to address climate change through technology and innovation. And one of the first of the Earthshots will focus on hydrogen. DOE has asked for information on which regions around the country will be the best place for hydrogen demonstration projects. During this conference, we developed a vision for what a hydrogen economy might look like and why Houston should be the logical place to succeed as a low-carbon hydrogen cluster. This is the vision we're calling H2 Houston Hub. If you're interested in helping us create that vision, please join us by supporting our comments to the Department of Energy. You can do so by reading our comments on our website and by signing up there. Here's the URL. It will take us, all of us working together to make this happen. The Center looks forward to working with you to do just that. So before we close today, I'd like to circle back to the themes in the Greater Houston Partnership's strategy, which we heard during the 3 days of our conference. First, the global climate challenge is real, it's urgent, and we believe Houston is committing to addressing it. At the same time, the global challenge of producing more energy for a growing population is also real and urgent. And there's nothing about this dual challenge or solution that's going to be easy. It will require significant public and private investment to decarbonize the incumbent industry as well as to develop, deploy, and scale new technologies. It will require aggressive public policy support, and it will require all of us making changes in the way we do business and live our lives. The Houston Energy Transition Initiative, unveiled on Tuesday, is focused on the enormous opportunity to grow Houston's economy, to create jobs, and to deliver value to shareholders in a low-carbon energy future. And developing Houston's new low-carbon hydrogen economy is part of that way forward. And finally, if you'd like to stick around for about 20 minutes, we've created 2 breakout rooms where you can meet some of those attending today's conference and continue the discussion. You can find links to each of the breakout rooms under the Networking and Virtual Roundtable section on the Agenda tab. Just select which of the discussions you'd like to participate in. You will leave the Whova platform and join by Zoom. So thank you again for joining us for the Future of Global Energy Conference. And we look for us in a couple weeks at our Energy and Climate webcast on July 27th with nationally known Boston University energy expert Peter Fox-Pinner. Look forward to seeing you then.